timestamps in the whole stream so you can find everything again. Let me actually put the camera a bit higher. Looks proper. And then we can get the whole thing started. Greetings, Mr. White, Cata King, howdy. People still play POE? Yeah, there's a new league coming, brother. I mean, like, it's gonna have hundreds of thousands of players. Probably the biggest league yet. Interestingly enough, I learned a new trick about the campaign this morning, chat. And it's such a stupid thing that you're gonna be like, what? Why is this even possible? Okay. Let me show you. I hope I can make it work the way I saw it. In the beginning, you're pretty much running, right, to get this chest. And then you're gonna be able to respawn at checkpoint. And I wonder if I have to activate that checkpoint first. Yeah, I have to activate the checkpoint first. Okay. Because what happens is that the chest actually resets. It's pretty wild because it makes no sense, right? But you can actually keep resetting the chest to get free money. Because all of these are worth a certain amount of coinage, right? So let's go for the checkpoint. Let's see if I respawn again. So each of these is worth 27. And if you start a complete new playthrough, right? If we're starting a new league, being able to get that bonus money over and over again allows you to pretty much buy a better weapon right away. Instead of having to like wait for level 3 or 4 until you can buy a new weapon. That's so stupid, isn't it? To check out the new item filters, there wasn't really too much information, Kopo. And unless we're actually getting real new skill description and everything, it's all just like really superficial information that doesn't do that much for us. When I'm currently waiting, Jonathan promised that a day before the league launches, which is pretty much tonight, tomorrow, they're going to put out example builds for the Druid. So they were actually planning to make a video or a blog post where they show a bit more Druid-wise to show off the capabilities of the Druid. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing that, because that will allow us to do a bit more theory crafting than we've already done. And we have done massive theory crafting, right? So that's going to be very, very intriguing in my eyes. What I'm actually looking forward to the most right now, right? Let's take him out. We can traverse through the... Oh, sir. Come back here, you little shit. Okay, we're gonna go for the damaging stats first. Flat damage stats always king. Werewolf's Meat still maintenance? I mean, nothing came out from Werewolf's Meat. We're gonna wait until tomorrow for the real content release, Plano. What are we cooking today? We're gonna do an optimal campaign playthrough. Well, we really go over all the cool things, like how to properly traverse every single area, how to make the most out of everything. We're also going to only work with the money that I pretty much have, like from actually playing, right? So here, this 28 money, right? That money. Sell these two because we get them bonus. We're not going to use our full money or our resources. I sadly couldn't reset the money to 0. Otherwise, I would have done so. Yeah. Nice shirt. Looks like chainmail, but that's definitely the look we're going for. Okay, let's stick to the right side. Because the right side usually has the camp, right? Boom. Already the first thing. I know, do you always get the bonus skill gem, chat? Or do you leave it on the road? Krapuzin, thank you for the 42 months of support. I mean, this is definitely something we'll have to do with a Druid. Undeniable, right? That we go for that skill gem bonus. Because we're going to have more abilities. So it's all about actually getting the most out of it. We're heading straight through the middle until we find Burrow. Activate checkpoint. Kill these nasty nerds. Good. Reload frost rounds. Shoot her with grenades. Frost rounds. Till the lady is frozen. Pop her. And the final one. I mean, there's like such a difference if you're actually having like an upgraded weapon or not, right? Or if you have the double barrel for 2. Oh, tense crossbow. Nice. We love to see that, chat. Look at me. Boop. Oh, wow. Increased attack speed and bolt speed. Might as well just start crying here. That was useless, right? That was useless. How's Ritualist? I mean, Ritualist is now stronger than it has ever been before. So, certainly good. Right? However, it's like, it does nothing, how do I say this? Like, it does nothing specific, right? So Ritualist is not a build enabler in the terms of, if you play Ritualist, you can do build XYZ. Ritualist is just like, you can use it for every build however you feel like, right? There's no like, you need Ritualist to make this work. It's more like, if you use Ritualist, then you will just be stronger because of more rings. You don't sleep? I slept for 8 hours. I mean, for me, it's like right now, very relaxed, 10 a.m. in the morning. I was already at the barber. Good to go. Leo, thank you for the 20 months of support. Kapuzen, thank you for the 108 months of subscriptions. Damn, that was a quick one. We found him. I have to look long. Sometimes I get lost down here, but usually if I stick to the right side and we're going through, that's the way to go. Well, that was a simple one. Swap over to the boom. Honestly, this was so good with the Rampart Raptor. Now, without the Rampart Raptor, it just feels a bit lackluster. However, the Freezy explosion playstyle is still plenty strong, right? It's not that it doesn't work. Obviously, just somewhat weaker. Oh, I'm in the poison. Oops. The only reason I potentially die to the dude.
Definitely should have asked for more.
Are you able to see the chat from YouTube? Yes, sir. I'm able to see the chat from YouTube. Any interested for the Ashes early access? No. I still don't believe Ashes of Creation will ever be an actual game. I mean, sure, it's there. Like, I respect the hustle, right? But I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, right? When the game is actually out and really out and it exists and everything properly works and it's not just like the weirdness that you sometimes feel like all this kind of stuff amounts to. I'll believe it when I see it, okay? Do this so we have at least a chesticle. Finally, access key, sir. There's going to be a free-to-play time right before, right the weekend of the patch. So the whole weekend is going to be free-to-play, in case you have never played before and haven't yet made the decision if you actually like Path of Exile. He looks happy every day because I like my job. And I have a very privileged, lucky occupation. Might as well enjoy. Okay, first region that is a bit more annoying. Everything in this region is a diamond shape. Once you learn that, you'll always find where you have to go. This is now number 1, the lady and her cauldron, right? I'm gonna have to annihilate her. And then after finding the first one, you can easily find the others. Oh, she's gonna be so blasted by this. Oh no, I missed my chance to do massive damage. I am so sad now.
I walked into that one, didn't I?
Okay, we need to get the double barrel on the frost rounds. That's a mandatory one here right now. We can do this a bit easier. So let's go for double barrel. Like plenty annoying when you can't just do this. Because now you can always freeze them, right, with a double shot and then finish them off. Okay, so diamond shape. That means it's either here, there, and there, or it's up here, there, and there. So we're gonna head down first. Should be finding the next objective relatively quick. There it is, the next one. Thank you. So it's gonna be to the right.
Well, that's ominous.
Chest and a ring. Tash, you're not getting ignored. I'm just playing the game in between, you know? When you ask a question, I'm looking at the screen, see diamond shape. Looking at the screen and I might not see your question. It is because, well, I'm looking at the screen and not at the chat. Two. Don't kill me, please. Another crossbow. See, this is what we're looking for. Now we need to get the permafrost rounds up. And we need to get that crossbow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Those have been some of the most devastatingly sad crossbows I've seen in a while. Do you not feel acoustic playing 24/7 alone a game like this? I mean, first and foremost, the word is autistic, not acoustic. Unless you like really don't know this and you need to be educated, sir. Or you're too much spending time on TikTok. Also, I played Where Winds Meet for the past month, so I hope you're okay in your head, sir. Maybe you're acoustic yourself. Now 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna have to go 4 top. Activate the waypoint. JB, good to see you there, partner. Are grenades one of the most OP builds this season? Grenades are just one of the easiest leveling. Unless you want to play lightning arrow all the time, right? So that's that. But yeah, grenades are just very nifty, very convenient. By the way, I figured out one thing recently leveling. Always kill the magic monsters. I mean, it should be obvious, but magic monsters are some of the most XP giving dudes. So you might actually ignore an elite, for example, but you never actually ignore, or a rare, I mean, not an elite, right? You never ignore a magic monster, because magic monsters are too much experience. Okay, I'm looking for water here right now because water's always the way to the next area. Found it. Is 04 not on Friday? Yes, 04 is on Friday, Albatroca. But today we're going over every single zone and we're adding timestamps to every single zone. So you can get the intel on how to traverse through the whole game. Because a lot of people don't actually know these little things, like you have to pick up the refined arms here because the refined arms will always be a better version of the current crossbow we're having, right? Or that the pillars in this area are always in a triangle, right? So if you find the first pillar, you pretty much know where the other pillars are roughly at. And that's what we're pretty much doing today as we're going through the game. Just a little chill, you know, learning session for everyone that hasn't played in a while, that maybe hasn't even played since release, because I know a lot of people have actually played on release and then they haven't just touched the game in a bit. There's a lot of catching up to do with the Druid expansion. Right? Deadshot, thank you for the 84 months of subscriptions. Deadshot's good to see you there. So since this is here, it's either going to be there and there, or it could be all the way up also to the right side. Again, keep picking up refined arms. And, by the way, I need to check. Oh, we got the crossbow hunters thingy on. You know what? I could leave the crossbow hunters on. It actually works for what we're doing. And it shows all the things that we want to have. We're putting in a long shift on Friday. I mean, Friday I'm going to start in the evening. I'm going to see that's the 10th crossbow. That's the next crossbow compared to the makeshift. So done, and picked up. We're going to start on release. So as soon as O for O is out, I'll be there. And then we'll play for 6 to 8 hours. To afterwards directly make the 1 to 65 guide for the Druid, pretty much. That's right now the plan. There it is, Obelisk. And the next one would then be in this direction, probably. Chain support, nope, no chain support for the frost rounds. I mean, we're anyways not clearing with the frost rounds. We're clearing with the grenades. Frost rounds are just there for boss clearing, right? I just have them with me because why not? They're actually getting buffed to have Pierce now, which is kind of interesting. I've usually never... Oh, see, these just like here a rare, an elite, right? So elite I would ignore because killing an elite just takes too long. Whereas in comparison, if this was now a stack of magic monsters, I'd kill them because they like provide a amazing XP boost. I mean, white monsters can be mostly ignored. I mean, that they'll die collateral damage as I'm zooming over, right? I'm not going to be stopping to focus on them. The next one should be in that weird ass flat triangle. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Those are here. These are the magic monsters, right? They need to die. Frozen. Okay, that's scam. I clearly shot the Rusted King there. I'm not happy, Mr. Stark. I was trying to shoot him for that super damage boost, right? My game did not want to shoot him. I swear I tried, chat. I tried. You saw it. What we should do, we should like try to freeze one of these guys here. Because if you actually freeze them, we could explode the whole thing way easier. Oops. I'm the guy that prefers to take his time to play the story. I mean, if we hadn't played the story so many times over already, then yeah. Do you have a Druid mind already in Druid build already in mind? Yes, absolutely. We have a Druid build in mind. It's going to be definitely Wyvern, and it's all going to be about the Flame Breath, because the Flame Breath is different than other Ignite stuff. Because for some reason, the way how the new Flame Breath is going to work, that you're going to apply Ignite, and then that Ignite is going to get stacking stronger the longer you Flame Breath away at the opponent, right? So that's kind of like a bit different to prior, because usually you apply Ignite with... Oh, oops. I need to pay attention. So you apply Flame Breath with a... usually Ignite is like you do one big hit, and that one big Ignite hit will then like be the damage, right? And the bigger the hit is, the bigger the Ignite, pretty much. But now with the Flame Breath, at least how Jonathan said it would be in the interview, was like you Flame Breath, and then the longer you Flame Breath, then it keeps like pretty much infinitely stacking the Ignite. And like as long as it keeps stacking the Ignite further and further, it keeps like increasing the damage of said Ignite. And that does sound nifty, right? But we'll have to see how it then end of the day actually plays out, if it's strong enough, if it's worth the hassle to like kind of use it, or if you're gonna be ending up like this is just slow and clunky, right? It just doesn't feel like an actual valuable combo gameplay. I hope dearly that it turns out to be like really cool, the actual gameplay we're looking for, because I want to just Flame Breath, melt everything, and maybe go for Fiery Explosion to kill all of that. That would make my day. Okay, at least we have a chest now. Yikes. And we get another crossbow. That's more damage than what we had before. Not even by a little bit. And we get a flash grenade that we can't equip. Fantastic. So, teleport back. Stormweaver is going to be good, even better than the fire builds. Stormweaver is going to be great. Stormweaver with Spark and cast on crit is going to be fire. However, it's also probably one of the more cookie cutter playstyles again, right? So if that is what you want to do, sure, like pop off Sun, right? But it does seem like one of the, again, more cookie cutter playstylish thingies. I mean, like, I'm saying that, and I'm going to be playing, like, a goddamn Wyvern, right? Where Wyvern is probably also going to be the cookie cutter playstyle. So, make out of that what you want, right?
Stick to the cairns.
But Spark should certainly be turning out strong. I just have played one season of Spark, and I think that's enough, right? Spark is just not interesting enough of a play style to keep playing, right? It's not bad, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not horrible. Spark is not a terrible play style, but it's just like Spark spam. I wish I would have skipped the campaign option like Diablo. Nope. Not for this game. The campaign is the game. I mean, it's so sad actually that Diablo technically has a skip the campaign option, but Diablo also has activities you do. In Path of Exile, you would pretty much instantly be thrown into mapping, which is currently the worst part of the game, and will always be worse compared to actually the fun of leveling. I know that I will always have a divisive opinion, but that's that. Okay, we're in the next level. I like to simply go top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. So diagonal, Jesus. Just through the map. That usually leads me to the goal. Either to the Druid or to the exit. And if you find the Druid, you're anyways at the exit, right? Like just straight up, top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. I need to get to level 6 so I can use my thingy. We're currently 5 in a 6 area too. This is something you need to pay attention to, or you're going to be under-leveled and not get the experience that you're supposed to be getting. Fantastic. We get this, then we get that, and I can get my flash grenade. Oh, wait, let's open up the passive so I can properly equip the flash grenade. Stun. Hehe. We're not killing that elite. Not worth it. See, we went top left all the time, and we found the Druid. Hehe. Let's freeze him. We need to desperately level up my... I need to desperately level up my fragmentation rounds, because currently they're not even doing a lot of damage when they break the freeze, right? So we're gonna hit him, we're gonna break that freeze, and it's supposed to do like a super big hit, but that hit is like rather sad. Okay, support gem, flash multi. And we get actually a helmet. Oh, look at me, chat. We haven't had a helmet so far. Good. Now that we have found the behemoth, that's usually just head to the left or in any adjacent tunnel, and we are out. Perfection. You see the coffin, you know you're out. Steven, thanks for gifting a sub away. Steven, appreciation. Decide what to league start. Definitely Druid. Definitely Wyvern. Definitely Shaman. If Shaman turns out sad, do something else. In the graveyard, always circle around the outside to either find the thingies, right? But also, we're looking for the grave that gives you a ring. It's actually not even a thing you should ignore, no matter how many is playthrough you're on, right? Because there will be one POI. It grants you a ring, and it could be an iron ring, and that would obviously be an instant, oops. It would instantly be a game winner, chicken dinner. Okay, since we went right side, let's go left side. Did we just get killed while sprinting? We did. There we go. This is what we're looking for. Thank you very much. Iron ring. Dankeschön. That's actually perfection, right? So we get the iron ring. Sadly, we don't have anything to turn this magic. Otherwise, instant damage increase, right? It's always an iron ring. No, I have gotten a lazuli from it as well, even. Ivan, sorry. So you can also get a lazuli from it. However, since the chance is, like, there's only iron ring and lazuli at this point, right? You can't get anything else. Which means that you're highly likely to get an iron ring.
Here's what I got.
That's a lot of lightning damage. That adds a lot of cold damage. This is, though, the 10's crossbow, the next tier, where this is the makeshift crossbow, the prior tier. So I'd rather take the 10's crossbow. And since we have, like, this bonus lightning damage, right, we can increase our damage tenfold. Minions are looking good with the Druid Ascendancy. Minions are looking definitely interesting with the Druid Ascendancy. And there are also some minion or related nodes coming that, for example, allow you to wield a talisman and a scepter at the same time, which means you're gonna be able to... Wait, this is the search the most lame for Draven. Wait, this was... Wait, I need to see, like, this is the most lame of the Praetor. Okay, the Praetor is usually... Like, Assinia is somewhere on the outsides, but the Praetor is usually somewhere on the insides. So I'm always looking for a room, for a big room cluster on the inside areas. So you're pretty much not rotating out on the outside areas. You're actually staying, like, inside the circle here to get to that stupid room. It's usually when I'm in Asinia's area, I just run around on the outside, right? And you'll get there. And here it's more like you gotta run around in the inside proportion. To get there. Talisman plus Spectre might be the same OG Giant's Blood used to be mandatory to pick up. It does sound interesting. You don't need Giant's Blood. You have something like Talisman gets its own Giant's Blood, kinda. But not Giant's Blood, but you get like something like Giant's Blood, right? Oh wow, this is a very weird mutation of this area. He might actually be in this. He might actually be here, left. Yeah. God damn, this is a weirdo. It's gonna be there. Practicing an LS Bleed Blood Mage. Lightning Spear Bleed Blood Mage works really well. I practiced that and tried that already a lot. It will feel at the beginning of mapping a bit weird, clunky-esque until you really get used to it. But then you're just going to be feeling absolutely amazing. So it goes pretty much from like really good during campaign to this kind of feels like a little bit weird to like really good then later on again. Has like layers like an onion, you know? Top left? No, top left is a light trooper. Might actually turn out to be bottom right. This was one of the ones that I had a hard time reading. I actually found the Forgotten Riches though. Yes. I'm happy that we did this. I usually stumble accidentally on it, but this is potentially a big upgrade. I mean, getting Ringmail Gauntlets, right? They might have like anything from like 1 to 3 to cold attacks to even more, right? That's actually, that find is huge for the beginning. Layers like an ogre, layers like an ogre. I'm happy we understand each other. Gregel, thank you for the 5 months of support already. Gregel, dankeschön. That is such a weird position to be in. So more on the outside than in the inside. Twister Amazon Star. Twister Amazon works well. 2. I've seen some cool builds with that, especially with power charge generation as well. I mean, generally speaking, Amazon / Huntress is like an absolute banger. So you can't do much wrong with it. Oh, that was the damage we're looking for, right? And Huntress might, end of the day, / Amazon, turn out to be one of the strongest ascendancies this season, simply due to the rework of how her charges work and all that kind of stuff, and generally the bonus crit.
Bloody Eternals. Never did know when to...
Okay, now after we found the one, I usually try to run around the outside in this area, but I'll be honest with you, every single time I decide to run around in the outside, right, like literally do the full circle, it tends to be that the mausoleum is somewhere in the middle, right? It's so weird. I could yet not find a reliable way to replicate where these are going to be. They're sometimes inside, sometimes outside, and it never makes sense. What we need to do, though, in the Assinia fight, we need to find the... what is it called again? The Embattled Trove. So not just Assinia, you really, really want to find the Trove, because that is a guaranteed support gem plus, and that would be very nifty for us. Usually the Trove is at the beginning. You're going to have like a left side you can go, and you're going to have a right side you can go, and the right side is going to be a dead end. But that is then going to lead to the Trove. Looking forward to your builds? Well, I am very much looking forward to playing myself again. Especially a complete new league with a as in-depth mechanic as the Temple of the Vale is going to be. I mean, I'm personally not excited for the double corrupting, right, that we're going to be having happening. However, I am really looking forward to the actual gathering of these corruption materials and then just selling them to the people that are going to want them and going to blast with them, right? Because they're the people that always try to min-max the maximum outcome, and you're just going to be able to probably sell your mats to them, right? You can get some crazy items, yeah, but I don't need these crazy items to beat the game, to beat the Arbiter and whatsoever, right? These crazy items may be as good as they are. See, we found the Trove. Perfect. Very late, but it's still absolutely worth it. The Shabby Hood. Damn, I personally, like, if you want to make the ultra trillions of damage build, you definitely want to mess around with the whole thingy. That's the support gem we're talking about. Otherwise, no. Okay, fragmentation does not need double barrel. That makes no sense. Permafrost rounds could get pierced, which is nice. But since we're mostly using the explosive grenade, I'm actually going to go for elemental armament. Can't sell the Vale maps now. No, you can sell the materials. That's what they said. Unless that changed in the interview. So when you pick up the materials, you can choose to not use them and postpone the use to later. And then sell set materials also on the market. Or how do you see full screen? Because you're in the vertical stream, sir. So you're not doing anything wrong. You just didn't read the vertical in front of the stream name. That's why. Don't have a full screen. Ta-da! Crossbow. None is better. That one is actually a brutal crossbow for early. This is 4 to 5 cold damage. You might want to buy that, right? 4 to 5 cold damage is pretty nasty. So what happens in the new temple is you're gonna find a altar, and the altar says corrupt an item or corrupt an item twice, right? But instead of corrupting an item because you don't have anything with you, you can say, okay, I don't want to do this now. Give me the material to corrupt an item twice. And then you can take that material with you to your base and hopefully sell this, because usually you can always sell everything. And that's how I'm actually planning to make probably a lot of Exalteds, Chaos Orbs, whatsoever this season, right? By just simply selling these materials instead of then using them myself. I can see that should work out plenty good. Possibly. Another shabby hood. I'm getting all the shabby hoods, Chad. You started? Nope, Yannick. We're just going a little bit through the campaign once again to refresh people's minds. A lot of people don't know the little tricks to make things faster. Hey, trade on my side. You can always play solo self-found. I mostly play solo self-found myself. However, I enjoy having some currency to do some experiments for the stream, right? End of the day, I'm a creator and I need to create. By the way, we can turn our ring magic and then we can also upgrade. Oh, look at that. Look at that, chat. Always use your mats for rings and weapons, obviously, right? Don't use it for your armor. Using it for your armor is the biggest waste. Oh yeah, look at that, look at that. There's like that glove with the cold damage, right? And that ring now with a bonus. That was huge. Destruction. Choo, 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 choo. Are they going to be in massive supply, the materials? Yes, they are, but people are also going to burn through them like there's no tomorrow. Okay, with level 3, we should choose our explosive grenade as that's our main. We should actually choose the fragmentation rounds, right? But still our main. Templecraft sellable. There you go, Shido. But now I was pretty sure they're gonna be. Okay, next area, like always at the start of the area, let's mention it quickly. Hunting grounds, guys. You rotate around the outside. I think that's a simple one, right? Everyone knows this. Like here you just simply do the outside rotation until you find all the POIs. You don't go into the Freythorn yet, though. Like, you don't want to go in the Freythorn. That's like, you gotta do 2 things before you do Freythorn. And that would be kill the Crowbell. That's Crowbell. For the 2 free skill points. At least are we going for Druid? Because Druid is going to play like Warrior in the beginning. What do I mean with that? You're going to have Rend. And you're going to have the Wing Blast. And a Rend Ring Blast is pretty much going to exactly play like Warrior. Because you're going to go Rend, Wing Blast, Rend, Ring Blast, Rend, Ring Blast. It's going to be very funny. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then freeze him. Okay, this is just very mean for a start again. Jesus Christ. When we get 4 to 5, 1 to 7 in total, or 3 to 7. Here, 7 to 11 with 1 to 10 on top. Gosh. It's a little self-found dream. Want to see the Abyss Atlas tree? Abyss Atlas tree is going to be fire. I'm really looking forward to messing around with Abyss. Okay, could you please let yourself get frozen, you little shit? Oh, damn. Very good outcome. Instant use this on your weapon. Do not keep this. You can get it back, so you want to use this right away. Level 3 is going to give us our Permafrost Bowls. Now fragmentation rounds, so our Permafrost is going to slap harder. Now you're going to continue rotating on the outside, right? In this area, pretty much ignore every opponent. I mean, it's a level 10 area, and we're level 8, so we're in the 2 level range. That's fine. This is the Freythorn. Don't go. It's too early. Keep rotating. Okay, we have 3 skill points. That's 1, 2, 3 into strength. Oh, we gotta unlock the put it 1 for identification shenanigans. That is the farmlands. Let's go. What did we do farmland before? Simple. 2 more skill points. Right? Try to go through the middle if the middle is not blocked. If the middle is blocked, veer to the right or left. And then simply downwards until you hit Una's HUD for the loot. Even though I still feel like it should be pronounced loud. I know it's a loot, but everything in my German ass tells me that this should be pronounced loud and English is just weird again. And we're still not going to the Freythorn, okay? We're still just going to the very bottom of this area to unlock already the next area. Because it just makes everything smoother. Oh, almost get stuck there. All the way to the end, and then you turn to the right or left. Kill the people in the corn thingy. Perfection. This usually gives you a skill gem tier 4. Yep. Tier 4 skill gem, pretty good. Can't use it actually at this point. And off to the next area. It was super quick, honestly. Oh, these are magic monsters, right? No, it's a rare monster, not a magic. Let's ignore the rare. There's the 7 to the other mark. 7 Atlas skill points. Oh. Can't sadly reset our full account, right? Explosive shot this league. Concerned about survivability at the end game. You have 0 concerns about survivability. I mean, you one-shot kill everything. Sir. Wind Dancer is going to keep you alive on top. You don't have to fear anything at all. It's so simple, so magnificent, and so much fun. That is a 14 to 32 damage crossbow, just like that. Holy. No, I like to see that. No complaints. I mean, this is 12 to 24. This is weaker, obviously, than what we have currently, right? But damn, we get some nasty crossbows. Let's see, is there any quality item? Yep. We try to buy that because quality item gives me material, so I can make that one straight up stronger. We can identify our items. We get the skill points. Talk to her. We can not use this because we're level 10. This is 1 to 12 lightning damage. Okay, let's make our way to the bonus grenade. Get some dexterity on top. Yeah, now we go back to the hunting grounds to then teleport right away in the Freythorn, right? We could get another support gem here. So I don't know if you generally go for this, Chad, but I tend to recommend it on your first play because it actually does improve your speed, right? And it doesn't take that much time, so you get to just rotate the rest around until you find the checkpoint for this guy, right? And that's another guaranteed level 1 support gem. It feels like stupid to not pick it up. And that would be sad. So are we gonna skip Diablo 4 this season? Yes. Yes, we are. We get multi-shot, we get this. We get the flash grenade with the multi-shot, and we should probably just slam on the elemental armament as well for more damage. However, we have the fragmentation rounds. I could go for Ice Bite. Ice Bite is actually nifty because you freeze with this, and then like everything you do actually does more damage. So do that. Do you think there are going to be alternate forms to bear, to wyvern, like the demon form bear? No, actually not. I don't think there's going to be animal forms all the way around. So there is not like there's suddenly not going to be a lightning demon, whatever, where they're like a dragon form and whatsoever. I think the demon form bear is like their first try of using a unique like this, and we're gonna get more uniques like that down the line. It would make sense, kind of, to do it this way instead of just right away giving us all the forms, because they obviously need to see if this is even working, right? How well does this do? Is this in any way interesting? Okay, the Freythorn is a shitty though, by the way, Chad, because the Freythorn has like no algorithm to it, right? You just gotta run around until you find these shitty altars, and that's it. And they can be in every goddamn corner of the map. And everyone dies. And sometimes they're even right next to each other, correct? I was surprised it wasn't MTX. There are actually bear form and animal form MTXs coming, which is crazy because Diablo has the Druid now for over 2 years, and we don't have animal form MTX. Then Path of Exile comes around the corner and they're like, oh, hold my beer. Here's a bear form MTX. And we're like, well, thank you. That's great. I love your MTX. I'm actually going to buy it. Right? How is this a thing? I'm sorry. Like, I like my Diablo, right? But this just speaks for straight incompetence in many ways. When you had 2 years time, right, to give us an animal form MTX. And you still haven't. Mr. White, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mr. White, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Sorry, by the way, if I did miss any message, chat, just post it again, right? It's not that I'm ignoring you. I'm just ignoring you. No, you are very close to my heart. So I installed the camera again. So you're right here. This is you, chat. Okay. So pretty much while I'm looking at the computer, I do see you. While I'm looking at the game, but still. You can follow the purple beams to find the last one. Which purple beams? I've really tried to find like any sense-making shit in this region, but it's usually run around until you finally are lucky enough to find like the the rituals, and then just hover along the outside until you found the King of the Mist, right? We're still talking about the loot? If you find the last one, you can follow the beams to all 3. Oh, you mean if you find the King of the Mist, you can follow the last one to all 3? I've never noticed. That's an intriguing one. I mean, usually we find these and then we just hover the outside until we get it. Probably from all the zones in Region 1, it's the weakest one in comparison of like general design. And it hints at like Act 3, how it's going. Oh, tense crossbow. Take it. It hints at like how Act 3 is going to be. Okay, 32 damage. And technically this should be less, right? Yeah, it's slightly less damage. However, if I get the double upgrade of 10%, we should instantly be at more. That's blue. Blue needs to die. We talked about this. I tend to ignore magic mobs. I used to ignore magic mobs, but I check the XP values of monsters, okay? And if you ignore magic mobs, you're an idiot. I'm an idiot. I already mostly ignored rare enemies throughout my playthroughs, right? Because rare enemies are just, they're just a time drag. Unless you destroy them like later on with level 40, right? Because you drop like 2 grenades in front of their feet and they just get torn into pieces. Oh god, the King of the Mist is going to be on the other side. Also just ignore them. This is Lower Curist Farm looking for that campfire. It's actually searching for the stupid witch in Act 3, Bog Witch. Even though there isn't like kind of sense to some of the regions, the problem is that the sense is so stupid that it's no sense, right? So for example, if you're looking for the Bog Witch in Act 3, if the campfire is located at the bottom left side, the waypoint, then she's somewhere top right. However, if it's slightly tilted, then he's going to be to the top left, and so on. So there is a sense to it to a degree, but reading the actual mutation can be sometimes off-putting. So now that I have frozen and killed someone, all my grenades will do 25% more damage. It's actually pretty interesting because you just tap the right button once, right? And then you instantly have your flash grenade, for example, do more damage. Oh, nice. Half HP gone. Let's go. Yeah, let's wait for the refresh. Uno, dos, tres, freeze. Damn. I have a picking up some killer items, honestly.
Will you bugger off? We got enough problems.
A crossbow? Oh, with 20, Chan. Will this turn out to be better? I mean, generally speaking, I guess like taking any of these is probably also like a really good choice because that bonus magic stuff is killer. Does the campaign build also work on Amazon? Yes, absolutely. You can do the crossbow very well on Amazon as well. I'm going to start with Herald of Ash, even though it's like overkill to do Herald of Ash. However, Herald of Ash allows your flash grenade to go crazy. Give me my first. I take a lightning charm because you don't need a frost charm against Geonor. Geonor is just not strong enough to warrant that. Okay, let's do 1, 2. Which weapon do you think we should take though? So our gloves are having 4 to 5 cold damage. It doesn't matter what I have otherwise. The quality we're going to take from here. So either we're going to take the 32 because the 32 will go up with the quality to immeasurable. Yeah, we're going to take the 32 and we're going to destroy that. We're going to sell the other one as well. We got 4 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, that's 38. That's beautiful. If I could put a socket in it. Yep, socket from what I got earlier. And 1 to 10 lightning. Bam.
Here's what I've got.
It's going to be huge. Should we Chaos Orb it? Absolutely not. Chaos Orbs are useless. So now we can already teleport back to the Ogham Village because we've worked forward, right? And we're good. Are you wearing a chainmail? It's a knitted pullover that looks like chainmail, accordingly to Chan. So the answer is, am I wearing chainmail? Yeah, yes. To answer your question, obviously. What else would I be wearing while playing Path of Exile? Damn. 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 No. 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 Like seriously, what the fuck? Yeah, that's illegal. I mean, yeah. So that's actually illegal. All right, that's crazy. If this was like any kind of race, you know, the amount of juice you've just gotten from this one is like, I mean, it almost doubles the. Like, we were at 199 before with the old crossbow. Now we're at 347. Okay, I need to open this one too. Like there's another box, chat. Like, let's open that to see what we're getting out of this. So are strong boxes worth your time? Should you do strong boxes? Well, I guess the answer is most certainly. I mean, the advantage about the strong boxes is 2 magic monsters, so you're going to easily level up. That you're not getting into the position of being underleveled. And who likes to be underleveled? By the way, in this area, always stick to the left side, right? Kind of like it's left side and then downtrend slightly, and you'll always arrive at the executioner. Boom. We got so much damage, this is going to be not funny for our enemies. Permafrost, fragmentation. Fragmentation can get elemental damage because we're only using this for the frost explosion when we're exploding it. And since we're then doing a lot of cold damage, it's worth it. So load frosty rounds. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's over. Oh, yeah. So that's kind of uncool. Our opponents. And especially if you manage to get, like, you know, all of this. I mean, first we're going to go for the bonus cooldown use because that's king. Siege Cascade is Tactician, Deadeye, Pathfinder, Amazon. I would prefer Amazon because of the crit of the Amazon. That works so good with Siege Cascade because you get more and more and more damage, so your damage is secure. If you then multiply that damage upwards, you're just guaranteed insane values of damage, right? This is mostly physical damage, but it's also attack damage. However, since we have always some things with us, Elemental Armament works good on it. You don't need to spend that support gem. Might as well keep it for a while. Crossbow's dirty. Crossbow's generally dirty because crossbow just has a very good weapon scaling. What I like is that Path of Exile didn't see the weapon scaling of crossbow and it was like, this is too strong, we need to nerf it. No, what they said is the weapon scaling of some weapons was under-presented, right? It just didn't feel good enough. So they're actually working on making sure that the other weapons have like the same scaling feeling rather than being like, nah, you know what? We need to shut the crossbow down. It's a bit too hot right now. The 14 region, I'm 12. We're actually really good on level. I mean, I've ended up being like level 10 in this area. After going this, always head left. By the way, chat. Why head left? Support gem. I feel like I always enjoy having as many support gems as possible with me. Might they be level 1, but they just give me a greater variety of options. Oh yeah, blue monsters, kill them. Bonus XP galore, let's go. Us rather than nerfs feels good. I mean, obviously, if some things are overtuned, they need to get nerfed. I understand that. I'm not against nerfs per se, right? But when it comes down to the weapon scaling, like, it's always to the point where if you find a good weapon, you should get rewarded for that, right? It's like, I just got lucky, yes. I get really lucky. I got this crossbow. It's unnatural. It's overtuned, yes. However, that's again, that's the beauty of this, right?
This place is right fancy. Gold is wasted on the rich.
Especially since we found that crossbow, right? We didn't, like, buy it from the market. However, this is obviously a crossbow. If you would be done, you could actually sell that on the market, right? Or keep it for another character. Okay, now that we have crossed the bridge, which is step 1 of this area, I tend to always head to the left because that's very often where the boss is. Unless it's the weird mutation where you have to go to the right and the boss is like all the way on the right together with the exit, right? And it seems to be that way. So now it's going to go to the right and up, and that's where the boss is going to be. Immobilization is ridiculous with Tactician, yes, but if you put stun on the Siege Cascade, you can play double barrel for the free reloads, and then you don't even need immobilization. I've already tried that out, and you pretty much have a Siege Cascade that reloads itself on heavy stunning, and then you just have infinite ammo while you keep heavy stunning your opponents and keep free reloading, and that's just the easy infinite loop. Need to look out to not throw my stun grenade before I have frozen the enemy, because if you do that, you can't like freeze them, right? Because they were obviously disabled already once. Zorse, thank you for the 6 months of support, Zorse. Very good to see you there, partner. Very kind, being here so long time. Why do you not kill all the enemies to level up? It's unnecessary, Timmy. So the one thing you need to look out for is that you're always in 3 level range of the zone. If I was now having a 4 level difference, okay, I'm 13, the zone is 15. I have no XP penalty. If I had a 4 level different, I would have a 10% XP penalty. If I was now level 10 in this 15 zone, I would get 44% less XP. 44% as level 10 in the 15 zone. This changes when I hit level 16. Then the level difference can be 6. So if I'm with 16 in a 22 zone, 44% minus XP. Therefore, you always want to make sure that you're in this 3 level range, and everything else doesn't matter. Killing everything is simply not worth it because it's inefficient. Maps will later give you more experience. However, you obviously don't want to end up in maps and being under-leveled for maps as well, because then the enemy density is higher and you're getting less XP. So why are we not killing everything? We kill everything that we have to kill, right? Everything that tries to stop us. Plus, as I said, all the magic monsters. Rares are not really worth it because they often slow you down, depending obviously on your weapon status and the build you're going for. For example, with grenades, I can easily collateral damage rares, and it's kind of like fine to take them out. Plus, obviously, the rares can often lead to good weapons. But yeah, killing all the enemies is mostly unnecessary. It doesn't really lead to you being in any way stronger. It just leads to you being slower and me already being in maps and farming the endgame gear, right? While you're still sitting in like your Act 4. Yeah. That's how it works. I hope that's understood. Okay, let's see what we can do to count Geonor, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 bonus support gems, but we don't really have anything to use, right? So all our skills are strong. We could technically do something for the fragmentation rounds to have it even do more damage, but again, there's nothing that really works right now. We could do the rapid attacks to shoot them out faster. Doesn't seem to be something. The double barrel is useless for what we're doing. I mean, we could technically do bleed, that when we hit, we have a chance that we do a massive bleed hit, but also, Shield Wall Warrior was actually buffed as far as I understood. Like, at least I've seen some of the Shield Wall Warrior creators, and they have been happy with the changes. So that seems to be good. So 3-level difference, got it. Our last YouTube video emphasizes this a bit more. It's the 3-level difference, but every 16 levels is +1. So it's a 3-level difference, 4-level difference, 5-level difference, and so on. It keeps like going that way. Because usually you end up in Act 3 with level 28 or 27, and the zones are like 34, 32 in the beginning. And that's something to really keep in mind, because if you don't do it proper, you might end up like way weaker than like you might end up like in the first zone, like not getting the full XP, and that's just sad, right? If with a little bit of knowledge, it could be solved. Okay, Geonor. Too manipulative for to hurt my feelings. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there was massive damage though, Chan. Dude, we almost one-faced him. Ow. I'm really good at avoiding his attack, I swear. There's actually a timer you can count down here. Like, it's every, like, what was it? Every 5 seconds, every 4 seconds. I just forget. And that's why I'm getting hit. Are you going to play Diablo? No, Genesis. Diablo made the big mistake of clashing with POE, and POE just simply has more content. I mean, what can I say? Oh, I forget my coffee, chat.
Used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert.
Still warm coffee, but not hot anymore.
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please.
What build are we doing here right now? This is just my standard grenade leveling build that focuses on permafrost together with fragmentation to do big boosts versus bosses and then just spam them down with grenades. It's a staple that has always worked, like straight up, banger. Okay, this is a sub 1 hour campaign. Damn. For like, damn. Didn't even try. We didn't even get our gas grenade. Huh. Oops. I forget about the gas grenade, chat. I mean, it's not like that we needed it, but oops. That was that, like, yeah, so mistakes were made, I guess. 6 to 9 cold damage. Holy moly! I mean, like, seriously, what is happening, chat? I mean, first we find that crossbow, right? Always check for quality, by the way. If you find a quality weapon, buy it right here. Buy this, because you just simply can't have enough quality upgrade items for your weapon. They're just too good in the beginning, too powerful. Pathfinder. Oh, Pathfinder will be so popular. It's maddening, like, really. And it's nice to see that Pathfinder will finally see the amount of hype it deserves. I just hope that we get more poison nodes, more poison passives. I feel the general amount of poison and bleed passives in the tree is underrepresented, and I don't like it. I think it's terrible, right? I mean, the ailment playstyle is probably the least supported playstyle of all the playstyles in the game, and I don't like it, because I think ailments are cool, ailments are amazing, and I'd like to see more support for ailments. See, for example, here right now, the zone is so big. Why would I spend my time now killing everything? I mean, obviously here, this is, again, magic mobs, so you want to kill them. But all these white mobs are just a waste of my time, right? They're unnecessary to interact with. Let's buy this for gold. I mean, anything that does not die to a stun grenade, a flash grenade, that just doesn't, like, I don't have time for you. That's also why I actually like mercenary grenades so much, because I can zoom through a zone, and I can pretty much make sure that despite me zooming through, I still farm more or less everything in the zone. Not everything, but I can just do this, right? And just keep walking. And I can be guaranteed that most of the things behind me will probably die. Assume, by the way, as you found the long corridor. You're always looking for the long corridor. This time it was situated to the left. Often it's also top right. You know you made it. Okay, ailment playstyle is king, but sadly not good enough. Ah, nice. Grenades have 1 cooldown use. That is huge. This is going to make such a big difference. So first, try to sometimes throw your grenades up there. Sometimes works. Okay, let's not freeze him. Let's just go for the stun. Actually, you know what? Let's freeze him. See, we freeze him, and then we're going to hit him with the fragmentation rounds, and that's a big damage hit. Could I just keep throwing grenades? I could, but usually after you pumped out all your grenades, you're going to be out of cooldowns, right? So then it's time for the freezy and break-in. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Like, what is this? What is this atrocity of items? So forward, nope. This is me showing everyone who hasn't played in a while how to properly traverse through areas. Gas grenades, shall we play? And if we have the gas grenade again, we could go for corrosion, which is armor breaking, and that's amazing. And you could also go for elemental armament. Thank you very much. And off we go. Streamer client, honestly, this is rigged. Toot toot, oh my. Yeah, so yeah, so what can I say? Quite lucky. But look at this crossbow that also looks at me here in the beginning. 19 to 58 damage. This can almost compete with what I have, to be honest. If this turns out to, like, here magic, get like something meaningful, or not even something meaningful. If I quality this up, we're more or less at the same damage, and it's not even magicked up, right? So if I find an essence, I could turn this into something crazy. I'm gonna keep it. Let's see. Do I have an empty? I have an empty. Yeah, for these things. How should Amazon with CB work without all that plus grenades? How should Amazon work with all that plus grenades? You're still going to get all the plus grenades. So as a huntress, you should check my video on this, by the way. We have a video on a crossbow huntress. You're going to start on this side. And you pretty much, in the beginning, going to make your way over here. Projectile, 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 blah, 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 blah. And then you're going to make your way over this. Projectile damage. Okay, so projectile, projectile. Then here, or actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bomb. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, bomb. Take this projectile damage. And then you're already going to make your way over there. Vim, 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 bomb to the grenade here. It works very similar to what we're actually doing. Do you know what level you unlock the Wyvern? As in Showcase, it's only shown as Ogham Farm. Steven, we're not sure if you get all 3 forms in the beginning, because in the beginning they showed a...
Something's up.
Brain say it? They showed a talisman that only had bear and wolf form. So I guess we get Wyvern in Act 1, but maybe not straight from the beginning on. I would find that extremely sad, because I think all 3 animal forms should be equal. Therefore, I just pray that we get it early. Will you start Druid? 400%. And I will start Druid as a Wyvern. I will play with a Talisman. I will play with the Druid skills, because that's how I like to do it. I like to play my first playthrough with a new character in the intended style. Right?
Now what were they doing here?
Why do you play with mouse and not WASD? My left arm hurts when I play WASD. I try to optimally use my left arm during gaming as less as possible. As few as possible. Jesus Christ, my English is leaving me. Not a lot. Try to avoid using it mostly. Okay, so here, magic monsters. Oh, we need to actually fight this. So now I usually try to find the first big square and then just stick to a wall until you find the checkpoint. That's when you always know you're right. Right? There's no checkpoint there, so that is a wrong turn. Don't even need to bother. No checkpoint, checkpoint. Okay. See, like now you know you're in the right place. Blacksmith whetstone. Very important. Could technically farm this area for a bit to actually stack up on whetstones. You get a lot of them.
Whatever happened here, I doubt it's good news.
Book of Jamanra. We look at the Ezra and Cyborg keyboards. I have seen them, but not for me. It's just a simple, like, it's just repetitive stress injury. Generally don't use my left arm much for these kind of stuff. Also has to do with dislocated back, disc in my back. It's just what it is. But I actually like clicking my mouse. Okay. Chad, I like clicking my mouse for things. I don't want to play ARPGs with WASD. In a chiropractor? Yeah, don't worry. I'm taking care of my health. This is something that could get fixed by gaming less. Okay? Chad. This is something that could get fixed by gaming less. Now, do you think that's an option, though? As someone who makes a living by covering computer games. These all have no checkpoints, so this is all not the jump into the next region. Where's the checkpoint? Like, seriously. It's here. See? Jesus, almost ran past it. Are they exploding? So we're using the flash grenade. But since we have the Herald of Ash, if we kill someone, the overkill damage will be spread as ignite to enemies around. So this means if I throw the grenade and something survives the explosion, but also something dies, then everything that has survived will get that ignite bonus damage. This is actually really like a banger way to make your flash grenade a tool of mass destruction. The damage is good. I mean, it does 150 times 3 because 3 grenades, right? And we're actually going to get a 4th grenade soon, so it's times 4 then. Your explosive grenades do more damage, but the explosive grenades, they take this long to explode. While the flash grenade just does this. So this is like the easy way how I get the damage out. The problem is often like finding the right supports for this because it's mainly physical damage, correct? And then some cold, some lightning damage. But that doesn't mean I want to now put on the support that would actually... I don't want to put on the support that would actually give us like only physical and no elemental damages, for example. Use controller. I don't like Path of Exile on controller. I tried it, right? It just doesn't vibe with me. I like my Souls games on controller. I like my Where Winds Meet on controller, right? But whenever I play a ARPG on controller, I don't feel it. If Path of Exile had fluent controller keyboard swapping, which it suddenly doesn't have, right? If I could just use, for example, my mouse and keyboard for the windows, for the menus, and then like whenever I want to run around a bit, I could whip out the controller, I would be fine with that. I do that in Where Winds Meet, for example, like right, mouse and keyboard for menus, and then controller for everything else. But yeah, that doesn't work, right? You gotta lock out. By the way, for this region, chat, it's walk like top right. That's usually like always, no matter where the level tries to push you, right? Always try to orient top right. Usually gets you where you want to be. A level 2 support jam, you say? Does the level 2 support have something for our flash grenade? Like what I said, I don't want brutality, right? Because I don't want to lose the elemental damage for 25% more physical damage. Adhesive ain't bad. Short fuse is useless. There's not really anything. I mean, we need more... Nothing I really like to use. I mean, it's always just these standard upgrades to things, right? The elemental armament is too few to actually make anything useful, so that's also bad. Yeah, nothing really. It's like the same problem we always have. Like, if you get later, right? I mean, 30% physical, you know what? 30% physical. It's just not a lot because you lose like the 10 to 24 here, right? And you just get that more physical. So we get like 15 damage more. And it's 15 damage more times 4 or times 3. So it's kind of fine, I guess. Because here now, right? We get the grenade with another. Boom. This game called This is Path of Exile, sir. With the latest and greatest update incoming. I ended up in a dead end. I am genuinely surprised. D4's dead. D4's not dead. If Path of Exile and D4 did not release on the same time, I would certainly be playing D4 right now. I mean, D4 was supposed to release on the 9th, and then because of China, they decided to screw over the West and postpone the launch. So, I like, seriously, Blizzard, like, what a ginormous fumble. Only because you wanted the Chinese and the European launch to mesh with each other. Goddamn China. No hate. Goddamn China. So that was now, like, top right, top right, top right. Then we turned left, and we found it. Chinese whales? I mean, they made the things even cheaper in China. A lot of stuff for what the Western audience had to pay a lot of money is actually cheaper in China. Don't ask me why. I'm gonna just stun you. I was thinking about like freezing her again, but I have too many grenades at this point. I'm not actually thinking about freezing, right? Have you given Stormblast skill any thoughts for 04? What I would like to try out is Hail Burst rounds. So they actually buffed these here, the Hailstorm rounds, by stacking up more than ever. So instead of stacking 20, you can stack up to 50. And that should lead to some very crazy gameplay down the line. Which are you going to play, Where Winds Meet or POE 2? Well, Where Winds Meet does not have anything coming, sir. On the 11th, we got the Roaring Sands, and I'm going to finish the Roaring Sands in one single day. And then we got Breakthrough number 8 on the 12th, which I'm also going to finish in one single day. And then we're done again and waiting for the next update. So, yeah, that's that. Nice, that's a killer armor. Look at that. Bam. Almost triple the armor what we have here right now. So it's not about what I'm going to play. I'm definitely going to play Path of Exile. And I'm just going to wrap up Where Winds Meet really quickly because there's, again, not that much to wrap up. So as soon as that's done, good to go. I got 300 life. I feel like we have way too few life right now. But I also haven't really looked into my item pieces. I mean, I'm wearing... I'm wearing, like, white boots. I might want to get myself something that's not white boots, Chad. 10% increased movement speed. There we go. At least that, I guess. Here, new amulet is also the vibe, right? Level 2 melee skills. Yikes. Ever consider returning to World of Warcraft? I never did World of Warcraft. I only did World of Warcraft Classic for a minimal amount of time until I noticed that it's not the same anymore that it used to be, and I got so heavily bored that I was not even interested to continue for a single second. Will Where Winds Meet have a good future when we reach max level? Something to grind every day, maybe? No. Where Winds Meet is going to be an amazing game that you play through, you finish, then you max out your gear. After maxing out your gear, you're going to literally just wait until they drop the new pieces of content. Then you're going to play the new pieces of content until you're done with those as well. And then you're going to wait until the new piece of content and so on. I don't believe Where Winds Meet to be an everyday playing game after you have maxed leveled out. However, I might be heavily wrong about that. And there are people that will still play it every single day, right? But that's not what I truly believe in. Okay, let's try to find the blue monsters again. Let's try to find the scribbles on the wall. Because in this region, you're always looking for papers that are taped on the wall, because that shows you where Bulbula is. Because she's kind of like sealed up. So on every like T-crossing, you're gonna check, is there any paper taped to the walls, right? Do we no, none of these actually does have the paper taped to the walls. Great. So I'm gonna continue right side. No paper on the walls, no Bulbula. Oh, golden chest, please. Bless me, Jesus. Sticky notes, yeah. Sticky notes. Wow, we just got in one of the dead ends in this area. Shitty. Go downwards. I'm not mad finding this. I know this is like not the way forward, but it gives you another chest, right? These golden chests are insane. When we can get our level 6 explosive, we can get our level 6 flash, and we can get our level 6 permafrost bolts. Are we still gonna keep playing them for boss fights? I mean, it's fun for one big burst, so I like to have them. She doesn't hurt. However, you're mostly using the flash grenade at this point. No sticky notes on the left, no sticky notes on the right. Turn around. More uncut skill gems level 60. That's actually huge because my fragmentation also up. It's going to be an absolute mob blaster against Jumanra in a bit. Ah, stairs up. We found it. Always left in this area? Not really. It's either always right or always left. Okay, there's sticky notes, Chad. You see these sticky notes here? Sticky notes lead you to Bulbula. Sticky notes found, Bulbula found. It's such a subtle thing, and I wish more areas had this in Act 3, for example. Because I feel like Act 3 has a bunch of big zones, but they're missing these subtle hints that increase the gaming fun in my eyes. Because if I get like these subtle hints, I at least know what to look out for in an area and how to properly traverse, right? I feel like that just adds to the gameplay. Yeah, that's good. It did not hurt to have this explosion. Yeah, this crossbow is still crazy. I mean, that thing is just nuts. Level 10 crossbow, by the way. Oh, a varnished one. That's the next level. So this is potentially something that could eclipse what we're having here. Druid update is dropping on Friday. However, I felt like doing a relaxed session where we answer all your questions, campaign related stuff. You know, if you want to know things, if you need help with certain zones, right? If you're not vibing with, like, if you struggle with Act 3 because you still don't know how to traverse the area before the Viper, for example. A lot of people seem to still struggle with that. All this kind of stuff. And most zones have like a simple trick to them. And some zones are just frustrating as hell. I'm looking at you, Venom Crypts. Right, Chan? The absolute Venom Crypt hatred. I'll never not hate this zone. God damn it, Venom. And Halani Gates. Are we getting another act on Friday? Nope. The Aziri part, as it seems, is tying into the story. So Aziri communing with the beast that is mentioned at the end, that seems to tie into the story as they said before, as they said in the interview. However, we don't exactly know what it hints at, what it means, what it's going for. Oh, wow. 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 Chan. That crossbow has the equal damage. Okay. So this is 79 with 20%, right? This is only 58. However, it has level 2 projectile skills. Should turn out to be better, right? Look at that grenade, how much it clears. This is why flash grenade is just king. Now the thing is, for example, with the Amazon mercenary at this point, you would miss out on 1 projectile, right? And you would miss out on 1 cooldown use. That is somewhat of a bummer and kind of annoying. Okay, we gotta go for this. Grenades have a chance to activate a second time because it's like really strong. You could also go for the reduced grenade detonation time, but I generally just straight up aim downwards. We could go for the increased damage with 2-handed weapons, right? Which makes your crossbow shot stronger, but I don't actually remember if the increased damage with 200 weapons, did that buff our grenade damage? It did buff our grenade damage. It's been a while, right? Yeah, it buffs our grenade damage. It's been a while. Always so stupid, because technically you're shooting the projectiles, but practically, right? Okay, always go for this, because for some reason, you're guaranteed to get your weapon type here. I don't know if you've noticed this on her, but they seem to have reworked it, right? You take her out, but if you now do the impaled corpses, usually varnished crossbow, dyed crossbow, varnished crossbow, and then also, yeah. See, like, this is crazy. Why would it be like that? There's potentially a wholesale killer upgrade, right? I mean, I got 3 crossbows. Most likely. When do you think we can expect another act in 05? Because 05 can't just simply be the reworks. Because if 05 was just simply the reworks of the end game, it wouldn't be enough, right? It needs to be more than just that. So I'd say that probably 05 is going to see some coming together there. 41 lightning damage. Pfft. That's nuts. Is that class-based or what you have equipped? I think it's based on what you have equipped. However, I do not have a definite answer to you. I know that when I was here with my ranger the last time, I seem to also have gotten crossbows. Now, don't nail me down because I don't 100% remember. That's 60% physical damage. Damn, that's 55. That's 37. Okay, we're going to sell you, and you. Then we're going to bring this one up by 20% because I wanted to see if... Yeah, that's another 70 damage plus. And we salvage this and it actually gives us back the tokens. It's definitely going to be interesting times ahead. like with like whenever whatever is coming, right? So I hope we get the final act soon. But at the same time, as much as I want the final act, I hope we're getting new weapons soon as well, right? I hope we're getting new ascendancies. Because what is with that third ascendancy on every single class? I want to know what is the third ranger ascendancy. I want to know what is the third like witch ascendancy and so on, right? What do we have cooking there? What is missing? Like there's so much intriguing stuff still on the line. What's the third druid going to be? Because they said it's definitely not going to be a shapeshifting ascendancy because they're actually not planning for that. Since the shapeshifting ascendancy would be a big cookie cutter, then everyone who wants to shapeshift would just play that. Right now, I would hope for another poison-related ascendancy, because right now, if you want to play poison, you play Pathfinder, right? Which is a bit sad. Like, Pathfinder has more uses than just poison. However, if you want to play poison, you have to play Pathfinder. More or less. Okay, Jamanra! Boop. I think we broke him already, chat. That was simple. That was simple. He never drops items. It's kind of like a robbery. Maybe Shadow will get poison-related ascendancy. Good point. Actually, good point. Shadow should get something poison-related most likely, as it's the assassination kind of class-ish. So I can see that too. A Titan is insane for poison crossbow too. Yeah, sure, Titan could work because of the 50% bonus to nodes. That's more like the cookie cutter working instead of the like actual synergy, right, with the poison. You go for explosive shot, and then you can kick out the other two shots. First thing you do after finishing the Halani Gates. Who knows that, chat? What's the first thing you do after Halani Gates? Always go to Keth. Do you think we'll see what the Oracle nodes are soon? No, I don't think so. So how do I say this now? I don't think it's pertinent to know what the Oracle nodes do soon to decide if you want or want not play Oracle. I mean, there should be some stuff left to Discovery. Right? If you don't like Oracle, you always have the chance to swap over to Shaman. I mean, if once you like figured out how to smoothly traverse the campaign, like look at that. We're now online for 1 hour and 34 minutes. I will ascend in the next 20 minutes. Okay? The next 20 minutes I'm already ascended. So then we would know what like then in the next 2 hours I'm ascended a second time probably. Or the next hour and a bit, right? So that's that. This is how quick you can find out what the nodes do. Then you can either decide to swap over to a different one, or you... Oh no, I'm not going to go down there. Venom Pit is here. That's a surprise. It did not count with her being here. Now we're gonna shoot her and then kill her. Beautiful. So now that we have her dead, get the 2 skill points. Even more damage. You might notice we're not taking any kind of defense because screw defense. Damage is defense during leveling. Okay, now it's either gonna be through here or through the left side. Right? Because the entrance to the next area is either like here or there. Oh, I think it's the right side. Yeah, it's probably... Nope, there is no connector. Then it's going to be the left side weirdness. Okay, we get the damage. We get the Arif effect. And here the big damage too. Ice Shot will be popular in 04. As far as it seems, none of the strong things from last season get really trashed, right? So whatever actually worked last season will definitely work this season and the coming 04 as well. Like, for example, the explosive shot, the lightning arrow get somewhat nerfed. However, we're talking about endgame DPS going down from hundreds of millions to maybe 50 of millions, right? Later. So yeah, it's like nerfed. Are you speedrunning Predator this season? I'm not speedrunning. I'm just playing how I always play. This is not speedrunning. This is actually rather slow. We're taking our time. Oh, it's more or less called optimized running through things, right? So I'm not necessarily speedrunning. I'm just moving very efficient through the acts because I know where everything is. And while we're doing this, we're kind of like talk about it. Some pointers to every zone. I'm going to also put like timestamps in this video at the end for all the people. So if you're then interested in getting some pointers, you get them all. Did I play POE too much? I didn't really play it too much. I mean, I made like in total like 30 builds so far. Oh, where's the Traitors of Sekhemas? Am I blind? There. Like 30 builds in total, I think, since release. Maybe a bit more. But I also like the campaign, right? But despite having made 30 builds, I still haven't played as much PoE as the really PoE grinders, right? I mean, look at my PoE 2 time. I'm only at 800 hours. Because I mostly make builds, level them, enjoy them, and when I'm done with leveling and enjoying them, I'm also done with the season. So I'm not like forcing myself to devise some weird ass farming strategies, right? How do I farm the most currency? How do I spam the Traitors of Sekhemas? I don't do that stuff. Nope, sorry, ignore that. Do you think Druid Wolf form have an ultimate form like the bear? No, I don't think so. We talked about this earlier, Pepper Spray. The Demon Bear is cool. But I think the Demon Bear is an experiment. They got to see how that works out. And then we'll get more of the animal forms down the line. Which I'm very much looking forward to, because obviously if I play the Wyvern and the bear has a cool demon form, I also want a Wyvern demon form. Or something demon form-esque. Whatever it's going to be. I have 710, see? Like, there are people that play more than me, but I would argue that there are not many more people that play as efficient as I like to run through campaigns, right? Sacred Water, you have no evasion. Oh no, what should I ever do if I have no evasion rating? A bone dragon? Yeah, see, for example, a bone dragon would be fucking nifty. That sounds cool, sir. I like your creativity. There's definitely cool stuff they could do, and easy to, right? It's not even complicated. Well, you can make a poison wyvern form, right? You can make a chaos wyvern form. You can make whatever. When we get a demonic bear in the end. Could hook up wyvern with stone armor. I don't know, whatever. Bring it from a dragon into a tank. I'm not worried that PoE will deliver, Chad, right? There has so far been not a single patch where I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, I'm really concerned if this patch will turn out to be good. I know that there are a lot of people who are disappointed with this patch. I understand, right? It's okay. Like, you were hoping for endgame changes. They didn't come. I understand the frustration. However, despite that missing, I'm still like, the patch is fire, right? For me as the casual gamer, and yes, I count myself as the casual gamer, I get everything I could have ever asked for. I get a cool mechanic like the Vale Temple, right? on top of the new class, on top of like wholesale reworks of existing gems and everything, ascendancy reworks, that kind of stuff. I mean, how could I not just be absolutely stoked? Everything is so expensive again. Mana-wise. How many times have you died? Oh, probably a couple of times, sir. When we're playing softcore, so we're always stretching as much as we can, right? Sprinting as long as we can. Don't really pay attention to not dying. These annoying dudes in their initial shield are always trying to not die on one hit. And obviously in the Trials of Sekhemas, you're not allowed to die, because if you die here, that kind of sucks, right? Question, since I can't check right now. The totem weapon was 200, but I think it will have stuff or 200 weapon mods. Which totem weapon? Which totem weapon? Sir, what are you talking about? What league do you play in? So far, there's only the Standard League. I mean, obviously, solo self-found, right? To simulate the new start. But we're not playing the last of the Druids yet. We're pretty much just running through the game. I think we're going to be able, in this stream, to at least get to the end of Act 3. That usually takes me 3.5 to 4 hours, depending on what build we're playing. Right? So end of Act 3 should be easily possible. Since Act 3 is also the most annoying one, therefore I really want to make it this far so I can give you the intel on all the zones. Boop. I would like to meet a merchant. Perfection chat, a merchant. Oops, sorry, wrong buttons. Me just pressing my Q, trying to throw my grenade. Not having the wrong skill on Q. Now, how are you playing different games and stay at 15k rating and where wins me? Well, I'm good at what I do. Like seriously? When I don't waste much gaming time, you know, you'll never see me idling around in games, right? You'll never see me like fucking around. It's always like very efficient gaming because I don't have the time of the day if I want to create the proper content to fuck around and find out. Ain't nobody get time for that. Okay, where's the elite? Because the elite, there's the elite, yeah. Downside of creating content, right? You cannot take your time with games. You gotta always be maximum efficiency. However, I'm German, so that's fine for me. What can I say? Right, maximum efficiency is my middle name. You know what? I want to get that 40% bonus damage right away. Nice chainmail, thank you. Put it on only for you, sir. What do you think about the Lich Essence Drain Hex Blast? I don't like ED. It's not one of my enjoyable playstyles that I really like to mess around with. Oh yeah, look at that. Gotta love it when he just loses half his HP to one boob. That's 1 hour, 30 minutes roughly. Ascension. Okay, pacing. A golden bin chicken that I couldn't fathom that yet. Don't really have an answer for you. So usually I would go for Tactician and then straight away choose persistent buffs have less reservation because you could instantly go for another spirit buff, right? You could also gain like the immobilizations buildup if you wanted to. But actually the solid plan is probably the best thing. However, like you could also just go for here, chance for enemies to kill to explode, right? So if we're looking for most damage that you can possibly deal, and then you would like respec your ascendancy in when you like ascend a second time and then you just respec it later on, right? I should go for a Witch Hunter. I haven't done Witch Hunter in a while. So we're just going for maximum zooming. And we could also choose Sorcery Ward, right? Because Sorcery Ward will be so much ultra buffed. So right now, Sorcery Ward only gives you elemental damage barrier. But that will be elemental, physical, and chaos damage. So first Ascension, you get a barrier that just protects you from everything. Like, fuck me sideways. Okay, let's 3 keys. Royal Cache, Ring Cache, Ring Cache, Royal Cache. That's cheat code. That's cheat code. Wow. That's evil, chat. I don't like swapping between weapons. Get used to it. I don't like, sorry, like, get used to it. Okay? I don't care if you don't like swap. Get used to it. Listen to me. Get fucking used to it. Weapon swap is one of the best things the game has. It's an identity of Path of Exile. Get used to it. You start weapon swapping ASAP. I don't care if you don't like it. Okay? I don't give a shit. Get used to it. Now. Please. It's so important that you get used to weapon swapping because it's one of the most important things that you can do for any build. That's 3 levels to projectile skills. That's sad. I mean, right now, for example, for my build, currently I could put these 2 to weapon swap points, okay, and then I could already increase the damage of my crossbow, for example. Or my defense when I shoot my crossbow by going into other nodes. I mean, I have 6 weapon swap points right now, correct? And all my grenades, for example, are weapon set 1. Okay, let's say all my grenades are weapon set 1. Just for you to understand how simple this is. Because I still feel like people don't understand how simple it is. So all my grenades are weapon set 1, and my fragmentation rounds and so on are weapon set 2, right? And then we're going to make 1 crossbow be both weapon sets. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now I'm going to take my weapon set number... Which weapon set did I say? I said weapon set 1 for grenades. Okay, so... then I'm going to take my weapon set 1 is currently for these 2. So we're going to go to our good old friend here, the hooded one. I'm going to pull these 2 points out, and I'm going to go for weapon set 1. Boom. So that now says that my grenade skills fire an additional projectile. Good. It's only active when I actually shoot my grenades, correct? And now I have here the bonus attack damage, for example, or the presence area of effect, or I have here the... that one actually doesn't work. That was for dual wielding. We could be working towards this damage node that we have close by. You could simply take increased attack speed, something like that, or like it's going to be about these 2 nodes later on for the crossbow. However, I can now take these 2 other points, for example, and just say, okay, I want my crossbow to shoot out faster. So we're going to go for these 2. And now instantly my crossbows reload faster and my grenades do more damage. And that's it. That was it. That was weapon swap points. That's just as simple as it was. Now whenever I shoot my shots, they're going to reload faster because of the attack speed, and they're going to shoot faster because of the attack speed, and when I shoot my grenades, they get the bonus projectile. This is already a very simple use of the weapon swap points without much effort. which is a good class for Merc. For crossbow, you can pretty much play any class, actually. Deadeye, Pathfinder, Amazon, Blood Mage would actually also work for doing elemental bleed stuff. It does. It's kind of funny. You can play the Titan, for example, the Mercenary itself for Tactician and so on. Let's go back to Keth, by the way. Is weapon swap important for a Hollow Palm Monk? Depends on how you play it. There, like, my Hollow Palm Monk did use the Falling Thunder for insane bonus damage. So what happens is that weapon set 1 is the Hollow Palm, okay? And weapon set 2 was Falling Thunder. So maximum critical strike, maximum power charge shenanigans. And then whenever I use Falling Thunder, that would then obviously be the... I then use Falling Thunder. That would obviously be the crit shenanigans for Falling Thunder. And when I then use the Hollow Palm, it was like more attack speed, focus, flat damage, that kind of stuff. Every build has something they can amplify this way. I mean, for example, the Fisher Warrior was boosting totems on the one side, and then on the other side, the Fisher Warrior was always boosting the actual fissures. Okay, if you find this bridge, you know you're in the right direction. Bridge is usually bottom or top, right? One of the directions. And there's always a pack of blue mobs here. Always. Crossbow shot 2. So you're guaranteed good XP. And then I tend to orientate myself further to the right. Always to the right. Oh, gallery. Surprised that we would find it. That was a quick kill. Seems complicated using different points for each weapon. No. It's really not complicated. I mean, you also don't use them for each weapon. You just check out your skills, what empowers your skills, and then you boost those skills with the weapon swap points. The way, like, I think the word weapon swap points is misleading. It's pretty much what weapon swap points do is they allow you to spend points twice, right? That's literally how you have to look at it. Because you can take one skill point, but you can spend it twice, right? You can spend it for 2 things. And that's insane. That's not just good, that's insane. I mean, imagine. You could just decide, okay, this weapon point is supposed to give me bonus damage and bonus defense at the same time. Because that's what you can do. Our flash grenade more damage. Heavily underestimated. And then there are obviously points that profit from both skills. For example, this point here, 40% more two-handed weapon damage. That point boosts both skills, right? It boosts my permafrost rounds / my explosive shot. For example, this is now the main shot you want to have. So this is my explosive shot. Comes here. This is going to be my Herald of Ash. So my explosive shot is the main shot I want to use over the fragmentation rounds. So permafrost comes out, fragmentation comes out, okay? And explosive shot is my second skill. So now the goal is for explosive shot to be weapon set 2, and I want my explosive shot to deal as much damage as possible. However, the explosive shot does simply not profit from grenade skills firing additional projectile, right? It also does not profit from these skills, but you need to have this one always active or it kind of screws up your cooldown times. So now I'm going to look for points that make my grenade stronger, and at the same time, I'm then going to look for points that make my explosive shot stronger. Q, W, E, T. It's going to take a while to get used to. So we're going to head to the bottom now, and then always straight. And if straight doesn't work, up, but then again... further bottom right. Until we find the bridge that allows us to cross over, right? Find the bridge. Find the bridge. There's the bridge. There's the bridge. We found it. Now to the right, and we should be through. We're level 23 and we're level 22. Wow, we're over leveled. Damn. I gotta say, like, usually I am level 20 to 21 at this point. I'm actually higher level because I keep killing more magic monsters. It makes that much of a difference. Is Ashes of Creation pay to win? I have absolutely no clue. Why do grenades feel awful in boss fights? Why are you saying something like that? Have you ever played grenades in boss fights properly? When you throw your grenades to break his armor, then you're gonna spam your explosive grenades, then you're gonna shoot them so they explode more. Then the enemy dies, and you're gonna laugh, and you're gonna have a good time. And the only thing that feels awful in the beginning can definitely be your mana expenditure, because you are gonna be burning through mana like there's no tomorrow. Right? You're definitely gonna burn through mana. However, that gets better down the line. I mean, right now the problem is amplified because I have a crossbow with bonus skill ranks. The strong bow is helping. Now we're overkilling a lot. If I would not have this crossbow, the stun grenade would still kill on one shot. I mean, we're sitting at 309 damage times 4. Or 730 damage times 4. You just got an illegal amount of damage.
What have you learned?
49. You know what? Let's magic this up. You know, if I get a percentage, that would have been really crazy. Sell these two. Sell the Ice Bind. Even though I'm going to miss the Ice Bind. I will need the Mana Flask when it comes out. That multi-shot 2 can actually be used on the explosive shot to make it shoot multiple shots out. However, the actual elemental armament is good as well. To support. No. Wow, that's 22 cold damage. 54. Oh no, we're not getting a single good crossbow shot. It's only sad crossbows. And just setting to play Merc with controller. Always nuke grenade the wrong mob. Controller has shitty targeting. I don't have an advice for you. I'm sorry. I wish I was like, yeah, this is the solution, brother. Is multi-shot basically 100% damage increase at close range? Well, multi-shot does give you less damage, so it's 35% less damage per grenade. However, getting like 2 more projectiles, and if then all projectiles explode on the same guy because you have enough area of effect, then it's simply a multiplying of damage, yes. I mean, currently my flash grenade without multi-shot would do 400 damage, right? With multi-shot, it's 309 damage, so I lose 100 damage, but I get 2 more grenades. So 100 damage loss, but 2 more projectiles that do 300 damage. Feels like I just gained damage, right? Especially with the actual area that this has. Okay, Mastodon Badlands, we're going to stick to the wall. Always stick to the wall in the Badlands. Ooh, Bloodstone Amulet. Kill the magic monsters, I said it. Kill them. All dead. Oh, more magic monsters. Should all die. Oops. Have fallen, I can't get up. I don't think that many people understand that you can use one weapon for both weapon slots. Yes. I think that is definitely a problem with weapon swap points, that people actually take it too literal, like you need to swap weapons, right? However, that the whole weapon swap happens automatic, and you can use the same weapon is definitely something that a lot of people miss out on, and therefore they don't like understand how overpowered weapon swapping is. Ah, that was a quick one, even though I need to farm here for the statue, right?
It's getting rather ugly around here. Smells like necromancy.
We're going to be trying to pick up some more skill points so I can show you more weapon swap shenanigans. By the way, the statue drops in both zones, in case you didn't know this, Chad. So it doesn't matter if you actually get the statue here or in the one prior to it. It can drop in both. It's just really annoying if the statue doesn't drop, sorry. English. Oh, there we go. Sunclown Relic. Thank you. Anyone else feel like this should be a guaranteed drop and not an RNG drop? Like it would go a long way. Wow, just died. Sticking to one wall again, by the way, Chan. Always the one wall sticking, no matter almost what zone it is, right? Apart from it's a zone where you just run through a certain location. Okay, so we could go more area of effect because that works for both again, even though it's just a better grenade point, right? Because my explosive shot doesn't really care about the... Oh, that was nasty. I didn't think the actual node from the Witch Hunter would be so useful. But you think about it, Witch Hunter said like a 10% chance for a bonus explosion on an enemy, right? So if I now just use my explosive shot to zoom through and shoot things, we might actually come to the situation where you kill someone and then you just straight up trigger this. You see, like I just triggered the Witch Hunter thingy. Also very useful. Flash grenade is still better because you can use it while running, right? Superior. I should pick it up. I'm lazy. We get a support gem 2. To go for multi-shot number 2. It's just bad etiquette to not get the most damage, but let's actually open this one here. 31 max life, evasion rating. Wow. I mean, at least the other one has like lightning resistance, right? Okay, one Eve. Like first spread the gas. Always spread the gas, right? And then, oh wow, he just instantly died. Chan. So more gas. Ah, grenade.
Just a giant damn mastodon to deal with.
Lesser Jeweler's Orb. You don't say so. Well. Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? Roman's Meet Online, Zod. Do we have Roaring Sands now, Zod? I thought we still have to wait. Damn, that's an upgrade. And we get a support gem. Okay, what are we going to do on explosive grenade? I mean, you could go for short fuse to detonate it further. You could also go for adhesive grenades, but it's 10% damage again, so I dislike that. Technically, fire penetration doesn't hurt. One of the tier 2 gems is like so good for this. It's all just like, I'd say my short fuse is the best to make it explode faster, but it's also unnecessary because you don't need the faster explosion. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do short fuse for the YOLOs. Don't actually need it. I thought you were wearing chainmail for a second. I mean, who says I'm not? I heard there's a demand for chainmail bikinis in a certain demographic. Right? Right? Surely. Like, these are not just rumors. Chainmail bikinis seem to be in hot demand. That's a very, very thoughtful armor choice. I do full clears too. Now I see how impractical it is. The problem is that you're going to end up over-leveled, right? And over-leveled is useless for you. Again, you want to be in that 3-level range for optimal XP. And after level 16 in the 4-level range, and after level 32 in the 5-level range, and so on, right? I mean, currently this is level 26 area, I'm level 23. That is a 3-level difference, and I can have a 4-level difference before I get XP penalty. Again, XP penalty, chat. So this is a 26 zone, I'm 23. If the zone was 28, that would be a 5-level difference. I would get 10% XP penalty. If there was a 6-level difference, I would get a 44% XP penalty. I think penalty is pronounced, by the way. I'm not entirely sure. Here, I like to stick to the side, by the way, too. The worst part is if the waypoint is in the middle of the zone, which can happen. FYI. It happens rarely, but it can happen. Oh, it's not. I'm lucky. I get the waypoint. No, actually, I did not get the waypoint. Shit, robbery. Bob, thank you for the 21 months of support. Also, Toru, thank you for the 93 months. Zorth, thank you for the 4 months. Chad, appreciate all your Prime subs. Don't forget to Prime sub Chad. Thank you. Did you hear about Ignite stacking? I heard about Ignite stacking, but I need to see it play out live to notice how good or bad it's actually going to be. Because Ignite stacking changes the way how Ignite works. Usually, you would look for the biggest possible hit to make Ignite ignite. However, with the Ignite stacking, we're then looking at more Ignite magnitude instead. That's my daughter. Seems you have to keep moving and dodging while you wait for the grenade to explode. No, I just keep moving to not waste time. Because why would I stand still when I can already move to the next area? Right? Immigrams. I mean, sure, if I shoot the explosive grenades, you see how long it takes? It has a rather longish explosion. The stun grenade is kind of instant. So you just keep moving. Roll through enemies. Keep sprinting. Enter the Titan Grotto. That was a very good lucky mutation. Because now the final step of this should be right here. Yeah. Let's clear this shortly because why not? Done. That Witch Hunter is working out wonders, I gotta say. Okay, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move in this direction, and we can use one of the jewels that we found earlier. F-word, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you for the 87 months of support. Welcome back, brother. This Diablo 4, Diablo 4 wishes it was this. If Ignite stacking is good, I feel like it would be broken with Blood Mage with Bleed Magnitude. Yes, it should be. If the Ignite stacking works out very well, then a Blood Mage Wyvern should be probably the strongest form of Wyvern possible. I know that already, and yet I'm still going to start with a Shaman. Because it would be a shame to not play a Druid as a Druid. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that it turns out to be the actual class is not the good class for the weapon, right? It wouldn't be the first time, Chad. By the way, in this region, always try to go lower, right? As soon as you find stairs, you just know you're on the direction to the boss. And that's the only actual speed you can gain from this area, because there's no other pointer. Oh, that's magic monsters. Magic monsters, let's kill them. Because you might just end up in dead ends, right? There's like, this is one of these zones that's kind of missing a leading factor, I feel like. I've been looking like on the outside left and right if maybe the giant statues would give you a pointer, right? If you see a certain giant, is this going to lead you somewhere? But I have not found a pattern that gives a proper explanation for this. It's like just run around and hope that you hit the right side. Goodness, almost ran multiple times into that. So yeah, I'm just hitting all the dead ends right now. Guess not every area has a trig, which still saddens me. I feel like every area should have a trig. Blue mobs. We need that quicker reload note now. Also, like, again, coming back to weapon swap points for the people that still are skiing. There's this note here that gives me more crossbow reload speed, right? And there are these notes for grenade damage. So this is weapon set 1. This will be weapon set 2. Because obviously my grenades don't need crossbow reload speed. I mean, surprise, right? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that my grenades don't need crossbow? Stairs going down, we're at the boss. How much will Nova projectiles work? Honestly, I tried out Nova projectiles many times, and I was always disappointed. Even like there is an there used to be an explosive shot build with Nova projectiles. However, it was actually better to not play those Nova projectiles on that explosive shot build. So I don't know like how to say that, but not a fan of Nova projectiles. At least not for grenades. It's just gimmicky and overkill mostly, and really just not needed. Grenades usually profit from actually going where you want them to go. This is a chainmail shirt. I think it only looks like that in the camera, Chad. This is a knitted shirt here. Knitted. You can see that better. That's how it works, right there. It just looks in the camera like that. What do you think is faster or best leveling? Deadeye crossbow explosion or Deadeye lightning arrow bow build? Lightning arrow is great, but I personally never liked the lightning arrows. They're just not fun to play. I think lightning arrow is still up there efficiency-wise, right? That won't change anytime soon. This crossbow could be better than my current one if I 20% that up. We're gonna keep this one. For better times, harder times. Okay, another level 2. The Horn of Vastiri. We're now online for 2 hours and 14 minutes. You know what? This is a good timing. We get a Lesser Jeweler's Orb. What are we going to use it on? I mean, I could use it on the Explosive Shot to do something, like, funny. Because the Explosive Shot with multi-shot is actually really strong. So it takes damage away. Okay, this one also takes, again, 150 damage away, but you're pretty much shooting 3 shots out. The only downside is the minus of skill speed. Wyvern looks underwhelming compared to the other 2 transformations. If you listen to the interview of Jonathan, the conclusion is that they suck at presenting classes. Like, this is GGG, and they suck at presenting classes to us. They pretty much admitted so. They seem to have had multiple alpha testers there that actually tested the Druid down, like how good it actually is. And so far, the conclusion is it's super strong, every form, and they just really suck at showing us how strong the Druid is. Explosions just break my screen. Honestly, if you only play the explosive shot, Deadeye, for example, that won't break your screen because you're pretty much just running around and explosive shotting. The only screen breaking that could or could not happen is when you then swap over to the grenades on a boss fight. But they also improved the VFX. Supposedly improved the VFX. See, now you get the explosive shot, by the way, Chan. And you can see, like, this is 3 shots. Now imagine this as a Deadeye, because I know it works, by the way. Now imagine this as a Deadeye, because as a Deadeye, you get a 4th shot for free. Right? So you shoot 4 bolts instead of 2, and then you get the automatic reload as well. Which is like the real strength booster for this. You get the automatic. Ah, goodness, I love my explosive shot. I'm a sucker for this skill because it's just so much fun to use. We're actually going to go for the bonus reload speed instead of the grenade explosion. I think this is just so much smarter to do. I tend to like go for the reload speed, but this with 2 weapon points will be elite. So like I don't even have to use my grenades anymore, so I could still go around with my flash grenades because they obviously don't have to reload, right? And that's somewhat better than having to reload. I mean, they also have to recharge, but they don't have to reload, right? We're looking for the lady. And she's usually around bigger clusters. I'm always trying to not go too far on the outsides and like stick to the bigger clusters. And you want to kill these 2. Did you kill these 2 or do you leave them alive, Chad? It's so much worth it to actually kill these 2 if you have the ability. Because they can give you everything from Jin barriers for some weird reason to good gear. Is all Ignite stacking now? As far as I understood the interview, that Ignite is going to get a wholesale path over, and all Ignite is supposed to do the Ignite stacking. However, we'll have to see. We actually found her, chat. That's crazy. Okay, now let's go further up. Because either top right, top left, and you're looking for these braziers, burning braziers, because they usually tell you you're in the right location. Oh, this is the Lether Essence of Thawing is the cold damage essence, right? Yeah. See, we found the fire, so we're in the right location. Boop. Ignite stacking is going to be awesome for Wyvern, yes. Especially if you do Ignite stacking together with the lightning damage, because that means you're going to be automatically increasing your damage multiplicative and at the same time Ignite stack the enemy, right? Is it good to have the Jin thing in multiple times? Well, let's say I was not happy with my Ascendancy. I could now take this Jin Barrier to instantly ascend again and change my Ascendancy. So is this good? It's certainly not bad. Right? Just in case I would not be digging my Ascendancy at all right now. I still need to get level 26. Too far away from that. We haven't gotten a weapon in a while. So, 1 strength, 2 strength. Okay, now let's see. I could now take these 2 weapon swap points that I had up here. Okay, chat, because the reload is the only thing holding the crossbow back. So we're going to take these 2 weapon swap points and I can already invest them into the 1-2 fire. That's 30% more reload speed. Love to see it. Usually, you wouldn't be looking to reset your Ascendancy probably until you're at least ascended twice or 3 times, right? I mean, like, usually I would wait until, like for the 3rd Ascension, and that one you can do multiple times because you can also farm very good relics there when you go up to the 3rd, right? To then prepare for your 4th Ascension. So the 3rd one, like doing that at least like 2 or 3 times does not hurt. I mean, even if you don't respec, because you really want to have those relics to then be able to do Zarok better. What I want for the Wyvern is to also have a poison breath. I hope we're getting something in that direction. Because right now the Wyvern has a flame breath, right? And that seems a bit cookie cutter because where's my poison breath? Where's my, you know, where all my different kind of breath? Why does it just have to be that one thing? Why does it have to be fire and lightning, right? What kind of poison? I mean, obviously with fire and lightning, again, if you would be a blood mage, you could then do fire, lightning, but you could also do the plague fingers. The plague fingers are gloves, and they say that all your elemental damage contributes to poison magnitude. So that would mean if you then shoot enemies with your flame breath, that your flame breath would at the same time, if it has then a poison support on it, would also, with all the elemental damage it does, do poison stacking damage. Cool, isn't it? And I kind of like the idea behind that. And if you're then a blood mage, then you could play Plague Fingers and the blood mage, and you would pretty much have your fire breath do bleed, poison, ignite, and lightning. Which is definitely, like, if the Wyvern turns out the way I want it to be, then the Blood Mage plan is probably my Wyvern 2.0 plan of making the Wyvern better. So we got weapon swap points. Again, one goes in here now from weapon set 2 for the reload speed, and then weapon set 1 goes in here for the bonus grenade damage, okay? So now about weapon swap, weapon swap, weapon swap. Local user, thank you for the brand new Prime Gaming subscription. Local user appreciated. This is one of the worst mutations I have of this area in forever. I hate it. Gloric, local user. Thank you both for your subscription. Appreciate you. Wyvern is for suckers go wolf. As much as I want to go for a wolf, I'm not saying you suck for going for wolves, okay? But you suck. No. It's just I found werewolf form always uninteresting. Like, no matter which druid iteration, it's the least interesting form for me personally. Right? It's either bear or wyvern. I'm actually sad they didn't do the plant monster. So in case you missed the interview, guys, Jonathan said they tested multiple animal forms, and they were actually testing a plant form. The problem is that the plant form would have had you look like the Brambleghast from Act 1. You know who the Brambleghast is, right? However, the problem was that the plant form was a bit similar to just the human form, right? You would just still do vines, and then you could water the vines, and then you do some vine slams, and that was kind of like the plant form. But honestly, being like a giant Brambleghast would have been also pretty S tier. I would have loved that. Go around, it's planting time, and then smash things. So yeah, we're going to start with Wyvern, and then either do a second Wyvern playthrough instantly with Wyvern 2.0, like super improvement, and or swap over to then bear form Titan Slammer probably, and try to get that bear form fire unique. And I also want to try out a bear form fissure build, because they buff fissure, and if you can do a bear fissure build, that would also be like really cool. Oh goodness, I should have not done that. If you can do a bear fissure build, that would also be potentially really strong. I wonder how strong the freeze will be with wolf form. A freeze is going to be the main theme, so I assume you will get a lot of freeze build-up with everything you do left, right, and center. It would be like weird if you wouldn't get that. 26. Can I finally use my other bow? I need boots that have like any kind of like defense probably. Here, lightning resistance, but they don't have life. 135 armor. Let's get me a bit more tanky. Bow, Chad. Still not. I need 26, but I have the dexterity. So do we want to use this, Chad? If I quality this up, we should still end up with less damage because of the projectile skills, right? Oh, sorry. Need to swap over to dexterity. At least one node. New strategy required. Yeah, Yeah, it's like 100 damage less, which is 300 damage less. Like those projectile skills are really kicking in. It's not even funny. Oh, I can actually turn my armor, like, magical. Yeah, because it was guaranteed bonus armor multiplier. Hehe. It's interesting that they chose freeze for werewolf instead of poison. Well, who says that they don't have poison as well, right? I mean, their thematic idea behind the werewolf is it's a lunar ascendancy, right? The werewolf has to do with the moon. The moon is kind of like frosty, so frost, right? That's at least how they explained that. It makes somewhat sense, I guess. However, I would have also preferred like kind of like a poison-esque wolf, but generally I prefer everything to be poison. Right? I like everything. Boobage, thank you for the 89 months of support. Boobage, happy you choose to stay for such a long one. You know, everything poison. Doesn't matter. Hey, why is the Titan not a poison ascendancy? Yeah. Listen. I just like my status effects. What can I say? I'm a sucker. Has any one of you ever figured out in this specific area how to easily get to the shrine? Because my problem that I have with this is that the shrine is completely random. I mean, look at this. It's right now at the bibbity bottom. But I assume that the boss is all the way to the top left. So I pretty much am here in a location where I know the boss is certainly not going to be. Unless I'm completely wrong. So I'm like super off course. Okay, that is... I could spend the next weapon swap point here. However, my problem is that I have no other weapon swap point to spend. Because the other weapon swap points I would spend in this direction. So, instead of now wasting points, we're better off making our way downwards. It's a maze here, right? This is the second area that is bad, right? So all the areas in Act 2 more or less make sense. They have like a path. I mean, as you've seen, we have traversed through everything rather efficiently. And again, I'm going to put timestamps of every single zone in the description so you can actually see us going through every zone if you have questions. But yeah, this is like the second zone from Act 1 on that doesn't have a clear path, right? And I think this is like a genuine mistake. I mean, what they should have done is, in my eyes, the statues on the side here, right? The statues that you awaken, they should have been forming a path to where you need to go. Right? That would have been perfect. I mean, it would have made so much sense for me if they would just form a path, right? And you just follow up on them. And that always leads you to where you want to be. Grenades. Try to actually break his armor. Right? It's mostly explosive grenades into gas grenades. We're not really using the explosive shot for the boss because you just simply don't require it. Because it doesn't matter if your grenades take like a while to explode. Okay, this is a level 30 zone. I'm level 27. 3 level difference. Could be 4 levels. We're fine. It could be 4 levels. Explosive grenade up for the Jamanra damage. Now let's go for Jamanra. What exactly is a socket curse? Like, I equip blasphemy, but it always says no socket curse equip. Melina, you need to equip blasphemy, and then you need to take a curse skill and put it into blasphemy. That's how blasphemy works. 26 lightning damage. That could potentially turn out to be a better bow. If we get really lucky. 74 and 13, but nope, that's not better. Even if I fully upgrade it, the 2 levels are not, so 17 life. Nah. Sold. See, we get this good crossbow with level 16, and we haven't gotten a better one since then. That's a better helmet. Jesus Christ. That was not like a little bit better helmet. That was a much better helmet. Do you know if you can set a hotkey for Portal? I never cared, so no, sorry, I don't. You try the Night Rain DLC. I honestly haven't touched Night Rain since the first time it released. It was really fun to play, right? I loved Night Rain. It was super cool, enjoyable. But since then, no. There have been just other games to play. Way too many other games. I mean, Where Winds Meet has been eating up all my time. If you wonder what I've been playing the past months, if you're not here every day, shame on you, by the way. How dare you? We've been playing Where Winds Meet. That game has been an absolute dream come true for this year. And now ending the year with Path of Exile is like... it brings me back to last year, because last year I also ended with Path of Exile. And it has been one of my most successful years so far, right? I mean, 2024, the ending with the last Diablo season and the Path of Exile season has been like growth-wise for the channel, the most amazing time. So obviously, I'm excited and looking forward to hopefully repeat that success with amazing builds and fun, right? I don't think this zone needs a trick, right? You just literally walk forward looking for checkpoints, and as soon as you face checkpoints, you know you're right. Pretty much try to keep in the middle platforms. Don't go like to the left and the right platforms, and then just forward, forward, forward. Every single time you find a checkpoint, you know this is it. Kill every single magic mob here. Don't you let up. Honestly, as much as I like the multi-shot on this one, the worst part is the 20% less skill speed, because it also slows down reload. Wonder if there's like a... is there a tier 2 reload gem? There's fresh clip. No. There's double barrel 2, which is less reload speed. That's actually useful. I mean, you need double barrel 3, because double barrel 3 reloads on heavy stunning. Night Rain could have been so much better. No, Night Rain is exactly fantastic the way it is. I don't think it should have, would have, could have, must have been better. Night Rain has its success. I mean, it's sold so many million times. They did a fantastic job with it. I mean, you got to consider that like, you know, it used to always be a single player game with a multiplayer option. And they actually released something like Night Rain as a side project, and it worked out like that. So I don't think they can, like, they should be unhappy. And you can only expect them to maybe learn from this. And if we ever get like Night Rain 2 or something similar like Night Rain, it will be better than ever. Right? It's like, let's say the first time they've done something like that. Okay, this is 32 region, we're 28. Okay, Chad? 32 region, we're 28. We're now exactly in the level range. If I was 27, I would get 10% less experience. Okay? If I was 26, I would get 40% less experience. I'm trying to hammer that into your heads, okay? This is the most important thing to look out for. I don't think that most people suffer from this. Right? I don't think you usually end up under-leveled, because the casual gamer clears more than like if you're zooming through. However, it might still happen. Have an eye out for that. Okay, we're going further down. We're yelling timber. I need a break, so skipping this league, looking forward to the next one. I mean, that's the fun part is, like, you only have an advantage of skipping the league, right? Because you're gonna get even more content next league. For piss. But I'm still disappointed when people don't like to play the campaign. I never understand. Incomprehensible to me. Playing the campaign is the single biggest joy out there. +3 to projectile skills. However, not the level of physical damage it should have. Would this still turn out stronger because it's +3 to projectile skills? Problem is, it would increase my mana cost even more astronomically, and my mana cost is already astronomically increased. So, I'd say pass. By the way, we got this one here. Wow, this is poison on hit. Let's go, Chan. Put a random poison on hit gem on. Let's go. I will be here 34 with a witch minion build. Still weak as fuck on the boss. This boss is a struggle. Jamanra is an absolute gear check. It's a gear check and a build check. How good is your build? How good is your gear? Are you doing well or do you suck ass? Okay? That is what Jamanra is. Nothing more, nothing less. He's meant to be this ginormous cock block for like, oh, your build sucks. Well, good luck getting wrecked. He's the ultimate test of if you're doing things correct or if you like have been dilly-dallying around. Biggest issue is that he's actually fire resistant, right? And you're playing grenades. Always felt like Jamanra is an actual corpse, so why is he fire resistant? Someone explain that to me, Chad, thematically. Why would the guy who's a corpse pile, why would he resistant to fire? Will you be leveling a druid? Yes, I will level a druid. I don't really care about playing the absolute ultra best thing in the game, right? I've seen a lot of people already starting with like lightning deadeye and so on. On this channel, we like mostly care about having fun and the like fun and making the things that are there also strong. But I don't need to play the 400% movement speed build, right? Never cared enough. I'm gonna run out of mana. And then I'm going to have to wait for my mana to regenerate. So we're going to shoot like gas grenades now. Oh no! Explosive grenade. Oh no! He actually swapped me with that. He's a magical pile of corpses. Yeah, but why would the magical pile of corpses be fire resistant? That makes no sense. Some corpses are undead, are wet, dead, rotten, and slimy. Yeah, but does he look wet, dead, rotten, and slimy to you? No, Jamanra looks like he would inflame. He looks like you would take a peek and dude is like instantly going up in flames. That's how Jamanra looks. He doesn't look like the type of guy like, oh yeah, I'm totally like, you know, I'm totally wet right now for you. I'm sorry, he just does not. Okay, this time we kept more of our mana potion. I guess as a what is it called again? As a thingy, I might actually have to upgrade my mana potion to have a proper one, right? I really want a warrior bear volcano spell build. Oh, we're gonna make one of those as well. It's just not priority. I need to simply play with a wyvern. My heart goes for dragon form. I think you understand, Chan. There are other games that have bear forms. I have played those bear forms in other games. And we're actually getting a wyvern. How cool is that? See, now with the mana potion bigger, because I didn't spam too much of my mana, right? Easy clears. Yeah, he's partially made of fire. I can see that. Like, when he comes, actually, he has, like, the lightning running down his body and so on. I'm still not happy with him being resistant. Okay, Sekhemas, you calm down, lady. What did Jamanra ever do to you? I thought he just does lightning attacks. I mean, he does have like the zombies that come out of him that actually burn, right? Doesn't he get infused with magic from the beast? Oh, good point. Good point. So you're saying the magic from the beast makes him fire resistant? You know what? I could canonically accept that. I could. I'm not against it. Okay, we are now 2 hours and 41 minutes since the stream has gone online. So 2:30 gaming time roughly. That's a good pacing. For the next act, it's around an hour, hour and a half. Depending on if I get stuck in the Trials of Chaos, which can happen. Because I go there underleveled. Werewinds Meat back yet? Werewinds Meat seems to be back, but I'm not sure if we already got the new content. I think the new content has to wait for tomorrow, right? Monkey form is genius. Honestly, monkey form would have been great. Because we have quite some monkeys in the game. What? 2 to 8 physical damage? Holy. I should take it. Try to see what comes out of this. And the other one has elemental resistance, strength, and all that kind of stuff, so we're going to keep that. In the Sandswept March, ladies and gentlemen, there's a boss, but I mainly don't bother finding him. But what you should bother about is finding the 2 elites that give you a bonus Jeweler's Orb. However, we actually have found 2 Jeweler's Orb already, which is crazy. But you're never going to say no to a free Jeweler's Orb, right? Ooh, Orb of Alchemy. To me. If I get a white bow, that's going to be insane, right? So, now we're first going to head to the right and either find the 2 rares there, or we're going to find the next area, and we found the 2 rares. Perfection. Good God, he just died on 1 explosive grenade, Chan. Oh my goodness, he's reloading bugged. God damn it. We hate when that happens. See, there's the Jeweler's Orb, but what do we use it on? Probably our flash grenade, right? So, 1 more skill point. We're almost there, chat. Almost there. Does PvP exist in this game? No. Not every game needs PvP. Strike that. Only games that are made for PvP need PvP. Otherwise, PvP is always trash. How lucky is it to get a unique at level 5? It's lucky, but not as lucky as you think. Now checking out the new Werewinds Meat patch. What is there in the new Werewinds Meat patch?
Lucky me.
The content is tomorrow, as far as I'm aware, and not today.
A fellow cynic. Love it.
Okay, Hooded One, please identify my items. And the most important thing, buy yourself a...
I'll take any help I can get.
Buy yourself a crossbow from him. Because he sells what we need, chat. He sells the goods. Okay, we get 1 with nothing. We get 1 with nothing. And, oh, so these 2. What are we going to do, chat? Orbs of Alchemy. Damn, look at that. 21, 41 physical, increased attack speed. Let's fucking go. The other one turned out... Wow! Holy. Well, so, yeah. Cool. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Chat, I'll take that. For gamble too, honestly, gambling is always the last thing you should do. if you really don't get a crossbow from the vendors, and I have time until level 33, right? I'm 29. This region is 34, Chad. 5 level difference. Yes. Right now, I would have XP penalty by 10%. Because of 5 level difference. So the usual XP penalty starts at 4 levels different, but I'm level 16, so it's +1, 4 levels different. So I'm currently getting 10% XP penalty here. Gotta try to pretty much now get the level up. Optimally, I would now go back to the Dreadnought, do one path over the Dreadnought, and get the XP. However, 10% is fine. I can handle that, right? Because this area has the... what is it called again? In this area is the Jungle Ruins, and I'm going to spend so much time in the Jungle Ruins that I'm going to catch up on levels. It's going to be fine. This is important to know. And by the way, this area is shit. You have to run around in an outer circle. Outer circle usually gets you the boss, right? Or it gets you Survey, which with the golden belt. And then after that, you get to find... oh, Jesus Christ, what did I do? And then afterwards, you get to find the... what was it called again? Afterwards, you get to find the... oh, my lord. The waypoint. And the waypoint makes no sense. Right? The waypoint of this area makes absolutely no sense because it could be anywhere. So after he now hit me multiple times. Bonk Boss is annoying. Yes, Bonk Boss is annoying. But it's the fun kind of annoying. Because I think he should be this way. As annoying as it is. Good. We're going to go for strength here. Now I need to spend damage with crossbows and then get the grenade points. However, these are going to be weapon swap points again. So right now I can go for the damage with crossbows, right? And then I can go for weapon swap point for the grenades. And I can go for weapon swap point on the explosive shot to shoot it out faster. I could also go for bolts fired by crossbows have a chance to not expand ammunition if you've reloaded recently, which also works really nice. Do you think Deadeye is better for Merc for grenades because of endless munition? Deadeye does more damage because you get one free grenade. Right? You get one free grenade. Like no matter what you do, correct? You're gonna have just +1. Like my flash grenade's gonna have +1. My explosive shot is gonna have +1. So whatever I do has +1. And that is obviously strong. Like, I just do the explosive shot, and instead of shooting 3 explosive shots, it's just going to be shooting 4 explosive shots. So yes, Deadeye is insane for grenades. However, the Tactician, for example, is also amazing for grenades, because if all your projectiles do pin, that means whatever you do just pins enemies, and that's kind of like not to be underestimated, especially if you then take pin breaks armor. So you would like automatically just break armor and everything, and then you could add charge scavenger to your build. Very simple. So by throwing the grenades, you would then break armor, and with charge scavenger, you would always have like even more defenses. Works fire. Wow, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen. There's like nothing good here. There's just a bunch of sadness piled on top of sadness. Did I roar? We go for Pathfinder, no roar. I think roar is still worth it. However, they're trying to put a roar in a spot where it's not a mandatory thing to take. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my favorite area in the game. The Venom Crypts. Where you have to look for the priestess, and the priestess is wherever. I think this one could be so easily fixed by just giving us torches that point you in the right direction, right? So I feel personally like there should be torches on the wall, And once you find the torches, you're just going to keep following them and you find the priestess. Right? That would be that's my wish. And if I meet Jonathan at Gamescom again, chat, I'm going to tell him that. I'm going to grab him. I'm going to be like, Jonathan, I got something to tell you. Listen. Probably going to have to take Mark over Jonathan for this. Because if you take Jonathan, he's going to say, like, I don't see the problem. This is great. I gotta grab yourself Mark instead. Mark, listen. It's important. For my mental sanity. The priestess put torches up. I mean, might it be torches or might it be like poisonous snakes? Like if you follow the poisonous snakes, glowing poisonous snakes, they lead you, right? At anything subtle hints that you have to like figure out, and then you could make your life easier. Okay, we got the skill points now. So weapon set point 1 goes for grenade stuff. Weapon set point 2 goes for attack speed of the crossbow. Because more attack speed on the crossbow is more reload speed on the crossbow, is making everything we do with the crossbow better, right? And also it just makes it shoot faster, so GG. Why is this portrait format? Because you joined a stream that says vertical in brackets before the stream name, which means you are officially in the vertical stream. Ta-da! There's the new league dropping on Friday evening. I legit forgot you can do the weapon set stuff. Don't, because everyone will need to do the weapon set stuff for Druid. So if you want to shapeshift, doing weapon set things is going to be mandatory. Because you pretty much are in animal form, and then you're going to have your either human form for spell-related stuff, or you're going to use another weapon to do something like a mace or a quarterstaff or anything. But you're pretty much, if you do not do weapon set stuff, wait, I need to go back because the priestess could be in the 2 middle parts here. If you do not do weapon set stuff, you're pretty much going to work at minimal efficiency. It's like they created Druid for the explicit reason to force us to do weapon set shenanigans, right? Where they made Druid. Never understood weapon sets. We have a video from last season that pretty much explains weapon sets down to the dot. Okay, we're taking mana regeneration here because that's the only thing that's holding this character back pretty much. Nothing else. Nope. I got a 1-20 lightning damage rune. Damn. Okay, we get all the 9ers happening. We get the 7ers for the Herald of Ash. Just make our armor. Finally use this potion. This potion as well. Have to sell that crossbow because he's not better than the other crossbows we have. So we made it to level 30, chat. Okay. 30 is now 4 levels different, so I wouldn't get an XP penalty. Okay, that's another 2 crossbows that we could alchemy orb up, or at least magic up, right? And here in this act, I buy every single crossbow. 82 increased physical damage. Jeez. Jeez, look at these 2 crossbows. What is this? So we already got one that is at 96 damage, right? With 67 lightning. However, these 2, just like, this has 82, this has a 78. With increased attack speed, I need to regal that, right? I could find an essence. Okay, let's not regal this, just in case I find an essence. Right? Or any kind of combat essence would be insane. Okay, we have discovered most of the things, so I want to just leave the area now. from the monkey. Always to the next area from the monkey, unless... Oh, well, at least we found her. That actually makes me really happy right now. Because if you get Survey, you get a rare belt for free. Oh, that's so sad. It's not even better than what we have. Good. Next area, into the probably most annoying one. I think Act 3 is probably the main reason why people dislike doing the campaign again. Act 3 and Jamanra. These are 2 points that make people not want to do the campaign. Because they tend to get stuck on Jamanra, and Act 3, if you don't understand how it works, it's just like a goddamn maze. Right? Oh, damn, we found the camp this fast. That's amazing. Oh, Sebastian, don't... Oh, godness. Hey, Sebastian, don't disappoint me. Yikes. Robbed? I wonder if you should buy this and sell them often, because these weapons are like usually, if you don't get what you want for your build, they're still good weapons for other classes. You saw a Chaos Monk with Hailstorm. Is it at least an okay League starter? The Chaos Monk with Hailstorm is an Acolyte of Shayula together with the Hailstorm rounds. I'm not sure if you need to be Acolyte of Shayula for that username. It should work also with other builds. Okay, so the... It's in the bottom left. That usually means she's in the top right. So yeah, the Acolyte of Shayula is not necessarily needed for the Hailstorm round build. It might be better to, for example, do that also with a Tactician for the Spirit Reservation shenanigans that you can do with Tactician. So we're heading like mostly right side dish. That's where she should be. The problem is you need to find like one straight pier. There, we found it. Ah, our thought came true, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to kill her like almost in one phase. She doesn't kill us in one phase. Come on, stun her. No, no. Robbery. Oh, she's so dead. We got stupid boots that we don't need. Find stupid boots, win stupid prices. We need to be level 36 for the next. First full campaign run with Spear, Blood Mage wasn't too bad. Probably we'll start with a bow for the first 2 acts and can use LR support gems with Lightning Spear. Yeah, that should work. Poison, ignite. Okay. We're now level 30 Jiggy, so again, weapon set points 1 for the grenade, and weapon set points 2 for the attack speed. brings me to the hooded one. We're currently level 31. Another bombardment crossbow. Nope. Nothing. Need to be... Oh, that's a package. We're back. Excuse me. I will do a pure druid build first, yes. Pure druid number 1. Also Sean. After the pure druid, we're gonna go back to mix and matching things. But pure druid needs to be the start. Oh goodness, Asmarian Wisps. By the way, compare Asmarian Wisps to the depth of the new league, Chad. So our new league now is a goddamn whole temple, right? That we can mix and match with like cool mechanics and everything. And then we got Asmarian Wisps in one league. Where you had Wisps that you could follow around. That was totally not annoying. To get yourself talismans that are useless. You know? I'm new to Path of Exile. Is it viable to start a build on your own? You are absolutely able to start a build on your own. There's no need to follow a guide. However, you might hit a roadblock at some point. And then have to look up some stuff to maybe gain some bonus knowledge. Technically, the game isn't that hard. You just look at a skill. like the explosive grenade, which says AoE projectile grenade fire detonator, and then you enter things like projectile here and find projectile nodes, and then you enter AoE and find AoE nodes, and so on, and kind of like just improve on your skill that you have and make your way through the game. So in all its technicality, it's not that hard, right? Oh, we get the third magnified area. Cool. Okay, go for cooldown recovery. Yeah, actually, cooldown recovery works nice on the flash grenade. This allows me just to use more flash grenades as I'm zooming through areas. Because again, optimally, I just don't want to use anything else but flash grenades for clearing. Like later, for example, when I'm on maps, like I tend to just use the flash grenade and that's it. Never anything else. Also, this zone, by the way, stick to the right side, because either the right side is going to give you the Temple of Chaos, or the right side is going to give you the Chimera. Right? So you cannot miss, like, the next part of this area. And if this is the part where we get the Chimera, then we just teleport back to the start and go all the way left, and then find the Temple of Chaos. Just simple as cake. By the way, we're 31 in a 36 area. That's a 5 level difference. We're again at the 10% XP penalty until we get level 32. So far, I've played this whole act with 10% minus XP. Okay? Simply because I am unwilling to go back to quickly make a bonus level. And 10% minus XP is like manageable. If it was the 40% minus XP, so if I was one level less, that would be a problem. Here's the Temple of Chaos found. Actually, let's activate the Temple of Chaos. Are you ready for tomorrow's update when Werewinds meet? Yes, sir. I can't wait for the new update to come. I have all the materials. I have all the... everything farmed. So Roaring Sand is ready, Loco. Loco, do you know what today's update brought? By the way, if there's anything useful, actually. I feel like literally today's update was just for being an update. Okay, now we're 32, so now we're at level appropriate again. We get the grenade points, but I can keep using my weapon set points now for the grenade still here, for the bonus grenade damage. And then I can use my weapon set points still for bonus attack speed, and the next point again for weapon swap 2. Is Druid out yet, or do you have to wait till the 12th? You have to wait till the 12th. We're simply going for a little nifty playthrough to kind of have like a little manual on your hands for people that haven't played in a while. And we're going to add timestamps into this, left, right, and center. I am currently wondering where they put the Chimera. They could have put the Chimera all the way up here, actually. Unlikely. But it's not unheard of that the Chimera is right-sided. Or up and then left-sided. Yeah. It is. That's crazy. I would have never guessed. Yeah. That's insane. Like, she was here, all the way to the right, and then the Temple of Chaos was to the left. I'm still bamboozled about that. Chimera? Could you just not leave the area? Okay. Okay, spam this. Good. Good. So the mistake I like to do right now is I like to go to the Ascension right away. However, the Ascension is level 38. I'm level 32. That's a 6 level difference. 6 level difference in this case would be minus experience. However, it's only 10% minus experience because I'm 32. That's another +1 to the level gap. So I can now be 5 levels difference before the XP penalty sets in. Okay. Right now, for example, this is a level 37 region. I'm level 32, so I'm optimally leveled for this area. Does that make sense to you, Chad? I keep harping on about this, so I hope everyone understands. Diablo and PoE on the 12th together. Yep. And Diablo is definitely losing out. However, the people that want to play Diablo will still play Diablo, and the people that will play PoE will play PoE, right? So there's still not the point where like, oh no, the player numbers. But it's gonna be fun to see like actual Path of Exile getting like tons of viewers, right, on Twitch. Like that's definitely gonna be a devastating blow for Diablo in that regard, because like I can't see the actual season getting much traction streaming wise this season around. I mean, there will be the standard creators, right, that like Diablo. But for example, I'm gonna be missing from that category completely because I am fully focusing on PoE for this patch. Definitely suboptimal, but it is what it is. Let's follow the red path to find our friendly dragon robot. He's usually situated on the right side, so I tend to stick to the right side. And if he's not on the right side, we find the loot chamber. So it's not a loss, right? Because if you're wrong, then you find the chamber full of loot. You want to aim to be 5 levels behind the... No, DeWalt. It is technically you want to stay in 3 level range. However, the 3 level range get a +1 every 16 levels. So after level 16, you can be in 4 level range. And after 32, you can be in 5 level range. After level 48, you can be in 6 level range. Okay? It becomes always a bit easier to stay in range. But you definitely never want to be heavily underleveled. Because if you are before level 16 and there's a 5 level difference, then you're going to get 44% less XP. And 44% is a lot. What happens if you're over leveled? You're gonna need more XP for your levels, and the under leveled monsters you're killing are just not giving enough XP to properly keep upgrading you. Which is like the problem when you're trying to go for level 90, right? And you keep killing monsters that are a maximum level of 82, and at some point, like, you're just not getting enough cool XP anymore. Fire breathing is level 56, I think. Oh, I do believe that fire breathing is probably going to be a relative late skill. However, that is to be expected. Okay, where is Blackjaw? He could be left here. Honestly, he could be left there. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be down, but it's probably that, right? Didn't know about the 16 levels. Yeah, I mean, it's been in the game since forever, but it's actually nowhere explained. It's really shit. Like, you have to experiment with killing monsters and then looking at your XP bar move. It is in the game. It is a fact that it exists, right? It is a thing. However, like, for some reason, there's like no like explanation anywhere. I mean, it's kind of like, if you know Path of Exile 1, and if you know that XP penalties exist, then you know that, like, there is an XP penalty. If you don't play Path of Exile 1, then you don't know that XP penalties exist, and you just simply don't know this. Oh shit, that was very unfortunate now. Going to make everything longer. But I don't actually think that Blackjaw is... I mean, I don't think Blackjaw is here. That would not make any sense, right? But I also don't think that he's here on the right side, because that would also not make any sense. Oh, that's a mutation isn't shitty of that zone. The XP bar not moving is a good clue. Yes, sure. But it would be nice if that's actually like, if you happen to come into XP penalty, if there would be a pop-up. A simple thing like, so let's say I enter a level 16 or as a level 10 character, I enter a level 15 zone. Then you just simply get a pop-up that says, warning, you are that and that many levels under the thing, you get minus 44% XP. I'm pretty sure that despite a pop-up like this, people would still miss that this is a thing, right? I don't doubt that people would just right away miss it, regardless. Okay, where the breakity frack is Blackjaw right now? If he's top right, I would be super surprised. He is top right. Damn. That is so weird. Let me restart from stack point. In shambles, chat. In shambles, that has me. I shouldn't have, by the way, not restarted at checkpoint because that deletes the core from my inventory. But I wanted to know. Yep, it's right here. I don't like this very much, Mr. Stark. Is loot filter needed these days? I mean, loot filters are so easy to set up. So yes, I'd say if you're playing without a loot filter, you're not doing yourself a favor. If you, for example, go on Neversink, Filter Blade. So this is Filter Blade XYZ. You can say, for example, I want a soft core filter. I want to play a ranger, and I want my ranger to have bows, quivers, and mostly look for evasion rating, energy shield, and full energy shield gear. Then you apply, export to POE, done. That's it. That's how you get a filter. And yes, that auto adjust works for weird builds too. If you say you want to be a ranger, but you want to find spears, you could do that as well. Okay, let's kill Blackjaw. Blackjaw is always a goal that you need to bully him, right? Two bombard crossbows. Damn, Blackjaw. Two bombard crossbows. Look at that, chat. We're 33, so now we can become stronger. Now shit is gonna hit the fan. Now shit is gonna hit the fan. Okay, so we got... a 3 to 60 lightning crossbow. No, these two are not doing it. So we're going to have to destroy that.
Yes.
Have to get this rid. 7 to 14 cold. That'd be cute, but no. Okay, we got no, no, and no. That means I have to take my gas grenade up. Then we're going to take the grenade crossbows. So we have 2 grenade crossbows, guys. We have one with 150 damage, right? And we have this one that could potentially get regaled up to be insane. That's Ac rating. And this one gets dexterity. Now, I need to... 23 cold. Lightning. That one is full of prefixes. That one could get a prefix of physical. Cold damage. Wow. You suck. Both of you suck. I hate you. So now we're going to sell these 2 bad boys. And we're going to get this beautiful maniac in. Lock him to both. Destroy that. Give him a socket. Add another 1 to 20 lightning damage. I mean, look at that crossbow now. 200 damage, Chad. Fuck yeah. I mean, that gives us right now a... an easy 2,000 damage per grenade. Woo! I have to take the no elemental damage finally out, though, because that one is now making the attack weaker. Right? So I can take elemental armament in this case. Flash grenade even stronger. Nice build. This is the standard grenade build, so nothing too crazy about it. It does focus on the explosive shot down the line to really do some devastating damage with the explosions. Like, you can pretty much, if you enter the end game, you're not actually going to use your grenades for clearing maps, for example. You're just going to do this. This is how you run around in maps and clear everything. So you see a stack of monsters, and then you're just going to shoot them. And your crossbow is pretty much automatically going to reload with what you're doing. So you don't actually shoot grenades anymore. You just do that. It's quite nifty. And since we now got the crossbow, Chad, the bombardment crossbow, what does that mean? It means another stun grenade. So we're now not shooting 4. We're now not shooting 3. We're shooting 4. We're shooting 5. So every grenade we do is times 5. Which has your explosive grenades already do 10,000 damage per explosive grenade. It's kind of cool, isn't it? I heard another stone drop. There's another stone somewhere close by. Damn. I found both medium soul cores so quick. That's crazy. I have a Lich minion build for 04. Nope. I haven't messed around with minions at all in 04. Not true. The only minion build I played is the Perma Ignite minion build. That was so crazy good. You should definitely look at it. Perma Ignite minions are kind of funny. It was like using the Bogfell Commoner. That's what the name is of the minion. To just weapon swap Ignite people and then keep resummoning him, and then weapon swap Ignite and then keep resummoning him, and then weapon swap Ignite and then keep resummoning him. It was super fun. Bogfell Commoner build was nasty. Actually, that one also used the Lich. You're right. Huh. Hey, a link to the build. If you go to the YouTube channel, every build has its own dedicated video with a link to the build. That's how I usually recommend finding them. Okay, this was the easiest Mechanicum playthrough ever. I'm not gonna lie. Never been this quick. I won't complain because I hate this area, right? We make a tutorial of that for leveling up a new mercenary. Bear, what this playthrough here is getting, I'm going to put timestamps in the YouTube POD of every single zone. Like, literally every single zone. So the Mechanicum, then the, you know, Venom Crypts, the Jungle Ruins, the Infested. So everything is going to get a timestamp, right? So that you, like, see how to navigate every single zone if you want to. Because that's what we're pretty much paying attention right now to navigate these zones optimally. Sadly, we can't play all the way to the end of the campaign today, so we can only play to the end of Act 3. We can't actually make it all the way to the end of the interlude acts. But I'm going to be honest, Act 4 is pretty straightforward, and the interlude acts are as well pretty straightforward, right? So you know what, like, there's no help needed for Act 4, and there's no help needed for the others. There's also, like, you're kind of out of tricks there. Ah, beautiful. Look at the damage, chat. Auto destruction. So now I'm level 34. I should probably ascend, right? What do you say? Okay, we've spent all our weapon swap points. Not all of them, but most of the weapon swap points are spent. Now we can spend together points again. Because that kind of makes sense. And what we should probably do is just get, like, some armored evasion rating. Because we could get more tanky. But on the other hand, we could just go over the right side and get another 40% more projectile damage. Wahahahaha. Yeah. Is that unreasonable? Absolutely. It's absolutely unreasonable to do that. So let's actually get some armored evasion rating. Act 2's a nightmare for you. Act 2 is actually super, super simple. Once you figured out the right way to do it. 270. That random chest just having more than what I have. Hard earned. You know what? Let's put on that weird armored evasion rating mix thingy. Jiggy majiggy. So it just fits better into what we're doing. Or how much do we have? We have 48 armor, 13 evasion. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. That works. Merc doesn't get nerfed so hard. Nothing gets nerfed about Merc. It actually gets buffed because if you play Siege Cascade, it's stronger than ever. So Merc is as strong as it's always been. Okay, chat, it's 3 hours, 28 minutes so far for this playthrough. Perfection. So Merc is as strong as it's always been, and if you play Witch Hunter, it's actually even stronger. Because Witch Hunter just got a massive buff. So we actually choose the Witch Hunter Ascendancy this time over the others, because I just wanted to try out how the Witch Hunter Ascendancy feels. By the way, let's check the zone level. It's 39, and I'm 34. That's a 5 level difference, but I got +2 already on the level threshold, so we're actually good. That means I'm going to finish the Matlan Waterways, so I'm like 1 more level up for the Trials of Chaos. And then I'm going to do the Trials of Chaos. Technically, the Trials of Chaos are super simple, unless you get the worst boss in them, right? And that could be a wipe, if you're unlucky. So you always want to be a certain level of strength to avoid wiping at the final boss. Fissure Warrior is still cool. Fissure Warrior get buffed because Warbringer get buffed. That the armor breaking below 0 increases your all damage to the enemy. Ergo, your fissures are now going to do more damage if you break armor, and not only physical damage increase. At the same time, the fissure itself got more attack damage. So yes, Fissure Warrior is good and actually better than ever before. If you then play it together with Warbringer, especially since now from day 1 on, the Ancestral Spirits are actually working, right? Last time they didn't actually work, so that already is a big difference. But yeah, Fissure Warrior is going to be still the absolute S tier fun it has been last season. I'll probably play it again, but I just got other builds to play. I got other druids to make, right? Can't just play Fissure Warrior again. As much as I like it. I would make a Witch Hunter if I hadn't already made 3 of them. Yeah, the best part about Witch Hunter is just really the sorcery ward. That thing is insane. that it now also provides you with physical and chaos damage shielding. That's just next level nasty if you think about it. Are we getting new trials in the upcoming patch? Sadly not. We would have to hope that with the big 05 update, we're getting another trial. So we are still doomed to having to do the Trials of Chaos, to having to do the Trials of Sekhemas multiple times. That is fine for the time being, I think. But we gotta hope that maybe with a new endgame update, we're also getting the Trials of Ancestors. I would hope for it. Considering that, like, next year, this time the game should be 1.0 release, right? They gotta kind of like speed up a little bit. We're at 04 right now. If they want to do new content every 4 months, then they can't actually release next year, like right as a 1.0, because that wouldn't technically work. Your Trials of Chaos, dude, you hate Sekhemas? No, how dare you? Sekhemas is so much fun. I'm a Trial of Chaos denier. Okay, beautiful level up. That's 35. 35 now gives me... So we're now more tanky. Usually I don't take any tank notes, but I just don't have any damage close by that I can take. So there we go. Now, if there are no notes close by, it's okay. The Poison Grenade Pathfinder was fun last season. Is it still viable? It's even better. Because Pathfinder gets reworked in terms of the legendary notes, and that reworked on the legendary notes actually makes the Poison Pathfinder stronger. So a high recommendation. That build was already good. Now it is even gooder, because even gooder is obviously a word. I dare you to contradict me. Oh, by the way, chat, I bought a skin. I finally bought a skin. I've actually never bought a skin before in Path of Exile. I want to flex, chat. Let me, because you know they got this skin out here. Give it to me. Look, it was an Inquisitor-esque kind of skin. I had to buy it. Look at me. I'm a cool Inquisitor. Oh, there. So I like to break crossbows. So I had to take the Van Helsing crossbow Inquisitor look. Nothing fancy, but it was cheap. Actually, it wasn't cheap, but I just wanted it. Which ascendancy do you go for the Grenadiers? So the strongest Grenadier I have built so far is the Deadeye crossbow gameplay. And that's simply because the +1 projectile from the Deadeye ascendancy. You have to understand that every grenade, so my grenade shoots right now 5 projectiles, so it's 2,000 damage times 5, 10,000 damage. And then if you are a Deadeye, there's another 2,000 on top for simply being a Deadeye. Now, this goes obviously crazier and crazier down the line. If you then do 40,000 damage per grenade, right? 12,000, 15, 20,000 damage per grenade. Then we do 10,000 plus another for just that free grenade, and so on and so on and so on. That's why it's just so good. There's a new ZD Druid gameplay video, Loco. We can watch that together if chat wants to. Chat, should we quickly glance over the new Druid gameplay video? Quickly. Or should we do it at the end? When we have Doriani beaten. I mean, we're almost there. It's now like we're 35. Yeah, no, you know what? Let's stay in the timing, and then let's wait that we get there. So this region is super simple. You just go to the right and then down and then again to the right. I've seen people get lost here for hours, but usually you need to try to cross the river by any means possible. And that's usually by going to the right. Okay, we crossed the river. GG, perfect. And now you're again heading towards the right until you cross the river again. So you're pretty much just looking for that double river crossing. There we go. The only problem is now the second part where the mutation can be weird. So usually it's go to the right and then up. And you always end up at the apex of Filth. However, lately, that one has been different. And the apex of Filth has moved to a different location. Usually it's just here, and then you go up, and it's always apex of Filth. I should stop getting punched over. Yeah, this one's not one of the lucky ones. I know this is not leading to the apex of Filth. So now you gotta head back to the start of the area, right? And then go more left, but always up. Always up could lead you there. I assume the apex is right now there, where my mouse is hovering, kind of. So we'd have to go back to the main corridor, and then until we are at the apex, because we might have to cross over the river again. Oh, there's a dead end, 100%. There's also a dead end. Which class build would you recommend to blast through everything? Well, since Druid is new, I would recommend Druid. I mean, why have a new league with a new class when you're then going to play Lightning Arrow Deadeye? And I understand that some people just don't like to do new things, and that some people are really like set in their ways, and that's cool. I respect the hustle when you're so set in your ways that you don't even want to at all look at new things, but I mean it's a new league with a new something. It would be a shame to not play around with it, wouldn't it? And here we are, apex of Filth. Right side. I think I'll start grenade build this league. Rush campaign to get the end game to get currency, then start the Druid run. Yep, you can do that, Blood Carnage. I mean, the grenade build is just the like super easy and non-struggling, right? I often feel like when I play bow, I actually struggle because I just hate how the bow works. I prefer throwing my grenades and then just seeing people die. Right? The actual zooming playstyle of moving through enemies, and as you're moving through enemies, right, they just die behind you. Don't ever pick up the mushrooms, guys. And always go through the door with a checkpoint here. Why don't you pick up the mushrooms? Because the mushrooms, the quest just takes too long, and you gotta find the lady. I mean, there is potentially a good belt coming out of it, right? But like until you have found her and found the mushrooms and everything, it's like, takes too long. Okay, so we're heading from the checkpoint, more or less. Right sidey. She might either be here or she's going to be there. I think in this case she's going to be... Yep, more to the left. Easy. What do you think about the Vale system they added? I will probably not interact with the double corruption at all. I will just get the materials and then sell the materials, and that's it. Like, I just don't feel like double corrupting. I'm already stressed out by single corrupting. I mean, call me weak, but I am weak, right? I don't want to see my cool items that I have made go boom and then break. I cannot handle that. Okay, 41 zone as a 37. That's a 4 difference now, so that works perfect.
A solid gold baby.
See how quick this was? And now the next temple is equally quick. We don't have enough dexterity to use the next gem. Wow. Wow. What's the plan for Druid leveling? Wyvern? And we're going to pretty much play the Wyvern like a... Pretty much play the Wyvern like a warrior at first. Sounds a bit weird, but it's all about priming for heavy stun. Do we go overwhelming presence? No, I actually don't want any of those. Honest, actually. So priming for heavy stun, and then having your opponents flash grenade, get wing blasted, and the wing blast will then hopefully guarantee you a power charge. And then after getting that power charge, you keep on heavy stunning, and then wing blasting, rinse and repeat. That's pretty much the plan, kind of. They're all worse than what I have by Morgan. Okay, now we need to finish this one out, and that's also another 10 minutes. And then we just need to run for... Yeah, we had 19 minutes to finish this, Chan. That'd be a... like, more 30 minutes. Then we get a sub 4 hours campaign. Very relaxed. Not touching the lightning arrow at all, but why would they nerf the lightning arrow? JS. The lightning arrow is strong and good, and it's allowed to be strong and good. Why would you change that? You don't have to change the lightning arrow to make other skills better. You just have to make other skills better. If people then still refuse to play other builds, what is Grinding Gear Games supposed to do? Right? So the important part is that they bring up other builds to the level of the lightning arrow, but that shouldn't be done by trashing the lightning arrow. Right? That's a Blizzard approach. And right now, Blizzard, this is what Diablo 4 does, right? Diablo 4 ruins existing builds to make you play other builds, instead of just making other builds stronger so you stop playing existing builds. However, if you then still choose to play existing builds, then that's a you choice, right? I mean, GGG can only do so much to make you maybe, oh godness, the fire damage is so much right now. Do I have like, I have negative fire resistance. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was just wondering, why are we taking this much damage from it, right? Like an unreasonable amount. I mean, for me personally, I had last season 0 interest to play Lightning Arrow Deadeye, and I have this season 0 interest to play Lightning Arrow Deadeye. And that won't change. I know it's a strong build, but there's so many more fun builds out there to play. Right? Yeah. End of the day, it's down to you. You choose to put yourself through or not. Bombard crossbow, always pick him up, chat. It could be a level 36 bombard crossbow, so you need to pick it up. Save me. Jeebus. I want to use your warrior totem build. Stronger. Warrior totem build is stronger than ever, so you can definitely use that. You know what we're missing? We're missing the oil grenade, and that's actually a big bummer because the oil grenade would be bonus exposure. I tend to every now and then just forget about that I have that. Godness, you hit me with so much fire that hurt. Now I'll just have to kill you faster now. Right? I'm gonna kill him. Some updates to the build. Well, before I see the actual upgraded passive tree, there can't be any changes, Troublous. You know what I mean? So far, the Fissure build is the same. The Deadeye Explosive Shot build is the same. All my builds are more or less the same. Nothing changes on them before we see the passive tree, because that is the only changes we're actually getting, right? The passive tree changes. Good. So now we just need to make our way to Doriani in 14 minutes. That should be simple. Were there more changes to the patch notes, or did I dream that last night? I haven't actually looked into the patch notes because I completely forgot that Grinding Gear Games likes to just sneak things into their patch notes. Surprisingly. I guess it's a logic thing, really. Why are they nerfing builds that performed worse than LA Grenades EDC? They nerfed Blood Mage Monk when I don't think they needed to. The answer is always, Jonathan is not playing that build. Okay, Chad? So we figured out last season, by the way, in this area, you just follow the road and you try to cross over the river as well. So I tend to go to the right and then downwards because I'm simply trying to cross the river. So yeah, last season we figured out that Jonathan buffed, like in O2, that Jonathan buffed the lightning arrow because he was playing it himself, right? And it seems like this season he's been playing the Deadeye. The bearskin Twitch drop looks cool, yes, but you gotta watch the awards for that as far as I understood. Right? So if you want the bearskin, you have to watch the Game Awards and you have to give the sub away to a creator who's also watching the Game Awards. So it's all down to the Game Awards. I mean, I was, for example, I wasn't planning to watch or stream the Game Awards because I'm usually not interested. I watch the clip collection afterwards. Oh, damn it. There's no crossing over the water here. That is so weird. And we're heading back to cross over the water. But now that, like, there is an actual tangible benefit, I might have to just stream the Game Awards. Right? Kill the giant dudes. Try to get their heart. Please, give me your heart. Okay, we're crossing over, chat. First crossing. Then orient to the right. And there are like two ways this goes. Either she's to the right, and then she is actually on the right. Or she's on the right, and then it goes up. What is this life flask? It feels so bad. Like, seriously. Increased recovery rate, increased charge gain. Why does it feel so bad then? Explain, chat. Okay, up. It's definitely not up. So we're going to go further down. And then even further to the right. Yeah, taking that cooldown on the flash grenade was definitely the S tier move, Chad. Because if we didn't have that cooldown on the flash grenade, I would have always liked to wait for some cooldowns in between. Okay, I think this is the one where she's going to turn out to be up. But let's see if I can get surprised by this. Yeah, this is the dead. This is dead. I mean, we go down here, but this is the checkpoint for the treasury, so this is useless. Let's see, Diablo's stealth drop a paladin at the Game Awards. I mean, if you're still believing that, then I don't know how to help you. I think there's still people that are sitting and they're actually waiting for this to happen, but I just don't know how to tell you that that won't happen. In any capacity. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you is a Vale blood?
Why, that was me, of course.
Look at me, chat. Look at my cool skin.
Treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop.
Okay, you pull her in the corner.
Spilled.
Because she's going to potentially jump on you in the corner, and then you can like contain her a little bit, which is very useful because we want her to get contained so we can just grenade spam. And then we actually one phase her. And done. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen! we're heading to the right first, dead end. Then we're going up and heading to the right again. So here, up and to the right. Always to the right. So by the way, this is a level 43 region and I'm level 38. That's a 5-level difference and it's perfect. Again, 5-level difference is acceptable because no XP penalty. If I was more than 5 levels, that would be less than optimal. I know I've been here with level 34 already. So it's now plain obvious to me how much XP we've actually lost, right? Which is crazy. I wonder, though, what level is the next region? I might get 10% XP penalty, right? Let's check. This is 44. I'm 38. That's a 6-level difference. So I'm getting 10% minus XP right now. Technically, should have farmed that 9% XP in the last zone, right? To just make up for this. It's not like we could have not easily just farmed 9% bonus XP. However, like, since it's only the last 9%, I don't think it matters. Right? To the left, to the left. XP penalty gone. I can pull now the points out here. These defense points to get more damage. Wahaha. And so every 16 level you get +1 to the penalty. That's why I'm recalculating. So +3 is the base penalty, and then +1 per 16 levels. That means I'm level 32. That's then 3 + 2. 5-level difference is okay. 6-level difference is minus XP. 7-level difference is massive minus XP. Okay. I keep already repeating this all day long because, well, you'll have it in your head then. Come on, let's get the 2 bonus skill points. From sacrificing the heart at the altar. What game is this? My Little Pony Extreme Violence Edition. A Roblox Realism HD 4K. Not Diablo 4. What's going to be your starter build? A Druid. 100% Druid.
Killing should be dirty and disgusting. Not
RTX enhanced, exactly. Minecraft RTX enhanced.
Let's see what happens.
Minecraft Dungeons. You heard about Minecraft Dungeons? Yeah, that's Minecraft Dungeons. Swear on me, mom. You know what would have been better instead of taking Overwhelming Presence? If I just took Herald of Ash and just put like something as Precision Cannibalism. Cannibalism probably on it, yeah. Would have been nifty as well. Okay, 2 more. That's the bonus projectile damage and the stun build up. And then we should take this point here to just get another 40%. You set up grenades on set 1 and explode the shot on set 2. When you use the shot to explode grenades, do the grenades keep the sets? Yes. So what happens is, as soon as you shoot the grenade, they have the weapon set 1 bonus. If I now shoot them, they still have the weapon set 1 bonus, but my shot gets the weapon set 2 bonus. Objects created keep the values that you gave them in the moment that you created them. So I lose the grenades, and they're then like they have then in that moment where they get let lost. Jesus Christ! Where I shoot them. They have everything inside of them. Everything you have at that moment is retained. Same goes for totems, right? If you put totems down and then you swap away from totems, they also retain everything. However, there are some bonuses, for example, for totems that don't actually get retained. For example, if your totems say they give you more armor when they're close to you and you actually weapon swap away, then those totems don't give you more armor close to you because you obviously weapon swapped away from that node. Right? See how easy the traversal through the black chambers is? You just had always top left. until you find the water, and then you just look for the circular room, right? So the circular room is not here. That means it's going to be on the left side. Found the water on the top. Circular room, and I'm done. That's it. Doriani found. GG. Boogie, we're currently wrapping up the Act 3, and then we watch the video from Ziggy D. That's currently the plan. Oh goodness, Doriani, you're being bullied. Doriani, imagine someone with a crossbow comes into your like little abode, and then he bullies you, right? How would that make you feel, brother? Hmm? We all love it when he's already dead, but he keeps like doing his thing because that's what happens, right? Doriani, I have destroyed you already. Thank you.
You know why we're here. It happened. It cannot be stopped.
Now let's start.
Listen, I'm just here for the lady. There's no need for all this.
Stunned. It's really good that my grenade has lightning damage, because if the grenade has lightning damage, it gives us this bonus shock that we're getting at any time. So, Chad, that's a sub 4 hour, 3 hours 50 minutes for the playthrough so far. That's a pretty nice tempo, honestly. Level 39 Witch Hunter, level 45 Regions, 6 level difference. 6 level difference is a 10% XP penalty, right? So I should have made that level here in this area and or the level in the previous area. Pretty much been working on an XP penalty most of the time now, at least a minimal one.
Help save the future.
It's a quick stagger. Ah, it's the flash grenades. They're insane.
Best you start talking.
Also, on top of the flash grenade, you have like tons of nodes for bonus stun build-up. Like you have this one here. This gives you 20% stun build-up. This will give you another 40% projectile stun build-up. So the stagger is like guaranteed. Which is also important because this makes your explosive shot super strong, since later the explosive shot is going to get a support, and that support is called Double Barrel 3. Double Barrel 3 says on heavy stunning automatically reload, which means you're going to run around and just shoot things and automatically stun them because you have all the stun buildup from projectiles, and then always make sure that you get the reload for free. It's so simple.
Now then, it is time we departed. Activate the portal. We will see about it.
Okay, let's now see. Mr. Ziggity. Hands-on Druids gameplay preview, shapeshifting and tearing through things. Well, show us the money. Get that? So, ladies and gentlemen, all acts so far. Let's see what Ziggity got for us.
Shifting forms, druid spells, and how the new class plays overall in the early campaign. I got a chance to record this when I went to the studio to host the Q&A, thanks to Grinding Gear Games for covering my flights to do so. Keep in mind that as this was recorded more than a week from launch, it's non-final, and stuff can, and already has, changed from what you'll see here. The new druid archetype is flavoured by the combination of elemental and nature magic combined with shapeshifting into various beast forms. It does the rare and challenging action RPG task of giving us the potential to play a hybrid of spells and attacks. The human form is where your spellcasting happens, and your beast forms are where your melee happens.
I mean, this makes it already look way stronger than anything they have shown us.
Brought home when you immediately find a staff with lightning bolt to begin spellcasting. However, that is quickly followed by looting the new melee weapon type, a talisman. Talismans function just like any other melee weapon in terms of where your damage comes from. They scale just like a mace would, for example, with increased physical damage and attack speed.
Only 2 forms, Chad, on the first talisman, so no wyvern.
The ability to select a shapeshift form using this UI element. Werewolf and bear form is what you have initially, with wyvern unlocking a little bit later on. This choice doesn't lock you into a form, but rather it just grants you the basic attack of the chosen form. Whenever you use one of these talisman attacks or any other shapeshift ability, you'll automatically shapeshift into that form.
shapeshifting just looks so good,
Basic abilities of each
honestly.
form are
So
fairly
quick,
straightforward, with the
nifty.
potential for a little bit more complexity as you go and unlock other pieces that they can combo with. The Bear's Maul grants rage on hit, while the Werewolf's form, for example, creates exploding chunks of ice on attacking frozen enemies. So they're designed to
Turn up?
support
Oh, we
or
can turn up a
reward
bit
the other
further.
shapeshift skills that you unlock later on.
Feels familiar somehow.
Each of the three forms also comes with passive effects and mechanics. The version I played was likely non-final in this regard, but for example, Bear had defensive boosts and generated endurance charges when rage was consumed, while the Werewolf gets a sizable out-of-combat movement speed buff, which you can see in its movement as it drops to all fours. You quickly also get your first actual gem on
Animation's
the
great.
beach here,
Like, what I
Volcano.
like is that the attack is instantious. It's not switch form then attack. It's like
This is a
switch
spell
form
that
and
causes an
attack.
explosion and spits fire projectiles for a long duration. There's a running theme with a lot of the Druid spells that they provide some sort of ongoing benefit and that they often synergize with things that you can do while shapeshifted. This is all to support that idea of hybrid spells and melee shapeshifting, because after all, if it was something a little bit more limited, like a fireball for example, then you have to make a clear decision between whether you use a fireball or one of the shapeshifted attacks. In this case, you can place spells, they'll continue to do stuff while you shapeshifted. Perfect.
It's a lot of skills you have, right? You have the lightning, you have the volcano, and you have the
More on Volcano
actual
later. For
like
now, though, we can fight the Miller with volcanoes and follow up with lightning strikes from the
Werewolf
staff
form.
if we choose, or with our chosen shapeshift forms melee, which is obviously what I go for.
that's a lot of attacks you get, where everyone else just has like one attack. Threat initial attack speed also has a small gap closer built into it. This makes Wolfform much snappier. Yeah, that makes sense. Like that when like you see the tiny jumps forward, right?
Sleep now, whatever's left of ye.
The first uncut gem expands your options.
Just
with
sped
the
up, yes,
Entangle spell,
1.25
Lunar
times
Assault
sped
for
up,
Wolf,
sir,
and
because
Furious
we're
Slam
too
for
lazy
Bear.
to
I'll
watch
test all of them
this.
as we go, don't worry, but I decided to kick
Oh wait, we got Lunar Assault, Volcano Entangle, and we got Furious Slam. So these. Then there is a why is Shockwave Totem under Druid? Rolling Magma, Pounds, and whatever's behind that. Wait, can I?
Of ye.
The first uncut gem expands your options with the Entangle spell, Lunar Assault for Wolf, and Furious Slam for Bear. I'll test all of them as
Okay, we have Wing Blast, Pounds, Rolling Magma, Shockwave, Thunderstorm, Fury of the Mountain, Devour, Arctic Howl, Cross Slash, Spell Totem, Ferocious Roar, Oberrush, Thrashing Binds, Tornado, Rampage, Flame Breath, Lunar Blessing, and Walking Calamity. Flame Breath obviously being super late. So we only have Wing Blast, Devour, Rolling Magma, Oil Barrage, and Flame Breath. That's it. Those are the skills. Okay. That's not a lot of skills.
to go, don't worry, but I decided to kick off with focusing on the Bear's Slam combination first. The Bear's basic attack Maul generates rage on hit, and Furious Slam spends rage to empower itself with a more powerful explosion that leaves behind jagged ground. The fact that you're spending rage also means that this constantly maintains endurance charges due to the Bear's passive bonus. Rage has been simplified across the game, with rage spenders now more consistently costing 10 rage, and a new visual effect shows in your character to indicate that you have at least 10 rage, making you glow, even in shapeshifted forms too. So this means that whenever you're glowing, you know that you can use a rage spender. I find the Devourer first up, so we get the first test of our metal a little bit early.
Aye, this reeks of the Devourer's lair.
Well, I'm a bit sad that
And here
we
get to see a
don't
bit
get
of the potential
more
power
skills.
of the Bear Styles combos.
Who does the Devourer before Beira, Chan? I mean, like, serious question.
So
Doesn't
volcanoes
everyone do
spit
Beira
fire blobs at
first?
an even pace, but slamming them causes an extra set of projectiles to fire. So placing volcanoes on bosses and bear slamming them while generating and spending rage is a simple and chunky feeling combo. And it makes pretty short work of the Devourer here.
Damage-wise, this looks great so far. Right?
You've gorged on the good
Is Totem going to work with a Bear Slam? What do you mean? The Totem
With the
and the
support
Magma is
gem,
going
I
to work,
grabbed
yes.
Fist of War to empower the Furious Slam, which plays very smoothly. It's perfect pairing with this, as you naturally tend to space out the slams anyway as you move around or as you generate rage with Maul. So the double empowered slams that you get from Rage and Fist of War also very satisfying, so pretty happy with that as a first support gem choice for this playstyle. There was some other interesting options there though, such as Overabundance and Burgeon for Volcano. So Overabundance lets you have a max of 2 volcanoes out instead of 1 at the cost of 50% less duration, which I think is a pretty good idea in many cases. Brings them down to something like 4 seconds maybe, but I think that's a very good trade-off because you can slam all of them down really fast, get a lot more burst on bosses.
You can play like
slams triggering 2 volcanoes.
like
So
wolf form and then still use the
These are just simple sacrifice platforms, basically kill monster in circle. Thankfully, they aren't even too strict about you needing to be in the circle. You just kill monster from the circle. So this video is primarily about the Druid. I'm not really going to be focusing too much on the league mechanic here, but I will touch on my very limited experience with it. The basic premise is kill monsters from 6 circles, and then you go raid a ruined temple for loot and a bunch of crafting options to improve your gear as you level. It's fairly unobtrusive as you play through, and then you get the chance to spend a little bit more time in the actual temple to do some gear crafting. That felt pretty powerful. For now, though, I get a chance to pick up the wolf skill.
Makes
Lunar
attack combo
Assault,
with
and the
spells.
plant
I mean,
spell
that was the
Entangle, so
intention
I'll test
with
those out in the future. In Tangle first, it places a fissure that grabs
Druid the whole
nearby
time,
enemies to deal rapid
right?
small hits of
You
physical
cast
spell
and then
damage
animal
while
form. You
slowing
cast
the
and then
intended
animal
foes.
form. And that's why you
Skills
also
are
need
good utility,
dual
like
weapons, like weapon points.
Crossbow, I anticipate Entangle might feel similar here as a utility spell. And similar to the biggest thing that I noticed playing it though, that almost right away in Act 1, it looked honestly a bit slow and clunky.
So much blood spilled here, the earth still bleeds.
The biggest thing that
We got okay. It's the same pathing still, so this beginner thing
noticed
has
playing-
not changed. I want to see some
more
wyvern.
resistant to twice. Each hit from Shred on a frozen target chips off a chunk of ice, which then explodes after a decently long delay. The typical approach for rares and bosses is
I mean,
to
the
use
damage
Lunar Assault
output
a couple
seems
times
nifty,
to freeze
chat,
them, followed
so
by
far
1 to 2
from what
full
we see.
combinations of
Like,
Shred,
not
with
different
the
to other
icicles exploding
classes.
for some
Like, if
pretty
you
wild
just
burst
look at
damage
what
times,
we're getting
especially on
here,
these
at
really
least
larger bosses.
campaign-wise,
The icicles do fly backwards
campaign-wise,
behind the
this just
target
looks
on
as
bosses,
strong
most
as
of the time,
warrior,
especially
as
on the
strong
bigger
as
ones.
like
There's a lot more you can do with
playing
the icicles
your
later on, and more combo pieces
crossbow,
for the wolf form. It's not
whatever,
just this kind of
right?
basic bit here,
No, we
but
get wyvern.
it feels fast
You
and
need level
satisfying,
3
and
skill gem at
freeze potency is
least.
very high right off the bat. So it's a pretty good early game for the werewolf, I felt.
Which
Honestly, for
means
the
I
first half
assume
of
you need the
Act 1,
upgraded
I would say both
talisman, so
werewolf
not the
and
level
bear
1
felt like
talisman,
very
right? The
valid
makeshift
approaches
talisman.
with support from the spells. I don't know that I would pick up a spell from the elemental tree to round it out with a bit. It's a skill of all time, I'll tell you. You can link your own mark later on, or you can just use the Predator's Marks effect anyway. Movement skill that you really want to use instead.
You did
basic
not
attack.
play
Some
much
them will
of
because
the
they
wyvern form.
want to enable some combo or synergy with your build, then use it. Nothing stops you, right?
It's not an essential.
The
No,
devs
no,
have
no.
given
You.
some between bear slams and human form mace slams.
So
I'm
if
sure
you
there's
look
a
at
good there.
the.
So wolf.
Sorry, we're gonna mute him. If you look at the skill gems, sorry, German adverts, or buy a rich wallet, Chad. Congratulations. If you look at the skills here, the wyvern skills are tier 3 skills. That means you need an upgraded weapon, right? So you start with a makeshift crossbow, then you get a tens crossbow. So you start with a makeshift talisman, then you get a tens talisman, or whatever the second talisman is, and then you should be getting the wyvern, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense that you have this, right? So this means like with level 5 or 6, we should have the wyvern already. However, sadly, he doesn't.
Charges on stunning enemies, power charges.
There's the wyvern.
Best
See,
be careful shape-shifting, lest I take an arrow to the ass.
The other set of Wyvern starter abilities is melee with Wing Blast and Wyvern's default attack Rend. So Wing Blast is a bit like Spear's disengage skill. It's a backwards leap that can get you out of harm's way and do some other utility things. But in this case, it also is a large AoE that stuns primed for stun enemies and triggers an extra explosion for some nice kind of like AoE clear.
I wonder how
on those
feasible it's
stunned
going to be
enemies.
to play
It
multiple
also
animal
generates
forms.
charges on stunning enemies, power charges with a surpassing chance, it's called. You can scale it past 100% for more charges, potentially, for example. That's how that works. And one change that GGG has already told me about here with the Wyvern is that this skill has been buffed a bit by granting 3 charges now on stunning unique enemies, which is good. Because
What, against 3 charges?
Power charge stuff in boss fights, but having 3 charges means you can get like 15 seconds plus of
Wing
power
Blast,
or something.
it's not
Like,
getting
through
1,
the
it's
rest
getting
of the boss
3.
fight.
That's
So I could see you
crazy.
kind of just getting 1 stun and then that carrying you through the rest of the boss fight as you expend all of your charges. So that does sound like a nice improvement. So the
That little lava ball looks ass. Multi-shot, sir, and then you
if
triple
aren't
trigger
currently buffed. So you
the
do a buff. With
volcanoes.
empowered lightning attacks, it gives that skill a much bigger AoE and adds lightning damage. It does a few other things with a few other skills too. It actually turns it from like a very basic little melee attack into like a pretty hefty, big cleaving skill that does quite a lot of damage. Empowered Rend, it is slow, but it is big and chunky and really satisfying, and I'm really
Is the
hoping that
ZD
there's some
video?
potential
Yes,
for, like,
we're quickly
melee
throwing an eye on it.
options of Savage Fury, which is
I mean,
basically
look at the damage output here right now. King of the Mist, right?
Stay in any one
So we're going to slow this down to normal.
form if like overall it doesn't feel like it's paying off for you. Still kind of wrapping my head around that. I did also kind of take Wyvern through.
See,
on
this
the
is triple magma blast now.
Once I got through there, the first Spirit Gem.
Look at the
gave me
damage,
options
just with
of
the
Savage Fury, which is basically a Druid-like Berserk buff that drains your health for a short boost to speed and damage. It looks very strong for bossing.
Honestly, as
It's
soon as this
probably
is
not too
empowered,
hard to manage that
the
life
damage
loss
is
as long as you do,
crazy.
like a flash charge or something. Probably well worth it, and I expect
Oh.
we'll see some use. Anything that boosts your
That looks pretty
damage
good.
and speed for a duration is usually a popular choice.
Okay, wait, what we have? We have Savage Fury, Briar Patch, Wolf Pack, Bark Skin, Eternal Rage, Feral Invocation, and Trinity. This says gain 1 Fury on an attack hit, no more than once per skill use. 20 maximum Fury instead of 30. Buff duration is 1 second per Fury. Buff grounds 21% more damage. Buff grounds increase attack speed. Buff grounds increase movement speed. Buff causes you to lose 3% maximum life per second. So you can pretty much build up Fury and go into a bestial rampage. I just don't see why I would take this, honestly. Sure, the bonus damage and everything is cool, but nah, I don't see like using the Savage Fury personally.
I didn't get to chest it in this run though, as Spirit Gems are pretty hard to get hold of in the campaign, and I instead went for Briar Patch.
Okay. While active, a portion of the physical damage you deal is stored. Casting a spell uses the stored damage to create a patch of thorny ground that needles moving enemies. That seems also shit. Honestly, right now I'd say Herald of Thunder. Like, if I had to choose what I'm going to take, I would take Herald of Thunder as a Wyvern.
So this buff stores some melee physical damage that you deal to enemies to automatically place a thorny ground when you next cast a spell. So if you put a volcano down, it'll be surrounded by thorny ground, or if you cast like a lightning strike or something, it'll be thorny ground as well. It's got a built-in delay, but it's super easy to charge up with just like a single pounce on enemies, for example. It's pretty low impact overall, though I was thinking that there's probably some good utility supports that can go on there later, especially for plant druid styles. Between Thorny Ground, Volcano, Entangle, and Totem at this point, we have a lot of persistent effects we can dump out before engaging in melee, and they all scale fine together at this point in the game, right? Like, so there's no real reason to just not go ham and use everything. It's just like
you need to play both Caster and Shapeshifter, or could you go like Bear or Wolf? You can go Bear Wolf in one build. You don't have to go Caster or Shapeshifter. You can do multiple forms.
2 Volcanoes, a Totem, and automatically place down the other as an Ice Wolf. Because it feels pretty good, but it was missing a bit of AoE clear. That's the thing it probably struggled with the most. Gonna be. If I go Wolf, I'll definitely grab Herald of Ice. It only...
Yeah, German adverts. Just watch them chat. Just take it in. Congratulations.
It really gets confusing when you try to do respecking, typically. That's when you kind of got to wrap your head around just how it works. It makes sense. I think that pounced this whole shape-shifting trope even after selling his soul for it, right? So anyway, I don't know if you can hear in the background.
It looks funny though to have the werewolf and have the werewolf minions in the beginning together with what you're doing, because that's like such a so-free thing to do. Seems like an easy DPS buff.
If I can't make it. At times like this, I think it's best to just celebrate the small wins. Like, you know, making a part 1 preview and getting it published. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope that it helps a few of you see a bit more.
I mean, this makes Druid look stronger, right? This makes Druid definitely look more powerful than I anticipated it to look. That has me quite happy. But like, you know, right? We all thought Druid should be stronger than they had shown us, but actually seeing that it is really stronger than they have shown us is definitely a relief. The rolling magma does look good. However, I'm more looking forward to this playstyle, right? The swipe him, blast him, swipe him, blast him, swipe him, blast him. That's definitely what I personally would like to do. So we'll have to see where that works. Changing weapon does not affect the werewolf minions. No, once they're summoned, I think the werewolf minions are like, how they're called? The unleash minions. When you do the, right, you get the werewolf minions when you kill things. Or something like that, and they have a very, very long uptime, as it seems. So, yeah, seem to be easy to maintain them. We'll see. Good, chat. Then I'd say that is it for today. We went through all 3 acts. We went probably for the smoothest campaign playthrough we've had in a while, but like sub 4 hours for all 3 acts. We're going to put timestamps in this video that you pretty much have, like, for every zone that you might struggle with a timestamp, at least in the first 3 acts. But we also have a video up where we talk about the other ones too, and in which order I would do them, okay? Should I go for Ranger Deadeye with the Explosive Shot build? Ranger Deadeye is insane with the Explosive Shot build, okay? Where do you get this footage from? I'm going to put the link in the description. I'm going to post the link here. It's from Ziggy D. He was at the Q&A in their offices, and he got to play the build early. Therefore, chat, I'm done for today. Thank you for coming and watching. Hopefully enjoying. And I'll see you all tomorrow again for some Where Winds Meet. And then the day later for the Path of Exile release, which I'm really excited for. So take care and have a